I did ask Scott if they'll reach out to you, but he's still trying to. So I'm gonna reach out to you. Anyone who should see what I mean, stuff and all of that's necessary. Full mapping, top meter, we outline the entire community, we pull it down. You know, not the whole thing, there should never really be any more people outside of here.
Oh, cool, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to meet with you.
Cause I just kind of want to go through it.
I know they came out okay.
And then there was the resident issue. I saw your updates and everything.
There's everything's getting solved.
Yeah.
You know, those are one of those. Yep. Because we're looking at the renewal we're looking at the renewal for, you know, with the current, remember we only did a 1 year deal to limit our risk, so we have another one after that. So it should start from June 2024 through May 25.
This would be like.
Are you ready?
Nope, we want that to be 24. That's your existing agreement goes through May of 24.
I might come back.
Okay.
That's thank you. We're looking.
This date is 23.
Nope, this is all,
Projection.
we look way out on the future, so that's a future draft.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Call to order the Berlin Township regular trustee meeting for September 25th, 2023. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call roll.
Rail,
Here.
Ford,
Yeah.
here, pardon me. Brian.
Here.
Long night already?
Yeah.
Thank you. We will now go to public comment. For public comment, anyone who wishes to provide public comment may have up to 4 minutes. Please identify your first name, last name, and the address associated with the comment. As a matter of protocol, the board does not respond to any direct questions or provide any supplemental comments beyond the public comment period, and if there is any follow-up, the public is welcome to follow up with our office during regular business hours. That said, is there any public comment?
All right, thank you. It's Scott Belcastro from Treebell, and today I just wanted to stop out to you guys just to update you on the electric and natural gas aggregation, more specifically the electric aggregation. So just kind of quickly rewinding the last program that we did, we limited our term to limit our risks to the market. Remember, we were trying to do kind of a risk management program, because we didn't know what was going to happen next winter, that following winter. And if you guys look at the natural gas prices, which is somewhat of an indication of electric, it's an indication, doesn't follow perfectly. But if you look at, call it September, September, October, we did have sort of a decreasing rate, but September being the highest rates have ever been in a long, long time. And then it kind of just leveled off there. The point of that is we made some decisions about the renewal of your aggregation program to limit how high our rates could go. We only did it for 12 months to keep it short, but now we're ready to, we want to get out in the market, I believe, that the market is kind of down, and renew the May of 24. So your existing electric aggregation only runs through May of 24 because we limited it to 12 months. We're now going out to bid for rates from May of 24, which was, through May of 25. They call it the meter read cycles. May meter reads through May read 25. If you look at this right here, trustees, this is the electric market for starting in June, July, August, and as you can see, since June-ish, things have really started to settle down a little bit. I mean, they're leveling off in the market. And we're sort of just trying to take advantage of some of this calmness in the storm before, this winter hits. We don't, the El Niño, I think it's El Niño, they're looking for this winter to be kind of warm. The Farmer's Almanac, which we don't put too much sway into, so it's gonna be actually really cold and snowy. So I don't know how two people could be so different, but, at the end of the day, I think we're in a good place in the market. And as you can see from the natural gas prices in 23, it's kind of leveled off in that 24 cents, 25 cents per CCF area. The point of being, if you go back and look backwards, this is at the lower end of our rates with the exception of 22. And I'm going to call 22 an outlier, right? It's COVID area time frame. I don't want to make decisions on outliers. I want to make decisions on what's the norm. And this feels like we're back in the norm area. And so if winter gets cold, we don't want to be going out to bid in the middle of winter. And obviously you got to be doing it 60 days ahead of time with your expiration. So I just wanted to come out today, let you know, look, we think right now is a good time to do it. I will tell you that today's rates, this isn't indicative of what happened with a start date of May. Like start dates that we've had recently, like in September, August, and December, those have ended up at about the 6.5 cents a kilowatt hour range. So it's been, the rates are good. It's about 2 cents lower than what we're paying today here in Berlin. Right? So it's more than likely, as long as we get at this in about 2 weeks, we're going to be about 2 cents a kilowatt lower. Any questions from the trustees about any of this right now?
We have you scheduled to come back on the 9th of October, correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, you would like to request action be taken on our behalf?
Yes.
And what do you anticipate,
Yeah.
that as far as a request, contracts, specifics?
Yeah, let's talk about that a bit, because there's a lot going on in the market. This is another reason I wanted to come out here today. How many women time? Am I running out? All right. So,
Yeah, this should have been a public comment, but that's all right.
look, we've been getting 3 bids. We've just recently Traybell has created another supplier that we use in aggregation. It's not enough to be a supplier. They also want to have to do aggregation. So we got another supplier that's going to be bidding. I can tell you that Energy Harbor has been around for a long time, and they're getting sold to Dynegy, so that's going to cause some disruption. I just want you to be aware of that. If you're thinking about using Energy Harbor, and then in the middle of your program, the name changes or something, it could be disruptive, all right? Dynegy's been super low priced. Historically, they've been extremely easy to work with and good. I will just tell you more recently, they're making a lot of mistakes. And I know we don't know what change that they're going on over there, but we've had some problems with enrollments. We've had problems with getting the right eligible customer list. We've been fixing things on our end, and then they take it and do something with it. So I've got another meeting that we're going to be setting up with them to discuss what is it you're doing. If I'm giving you the right stuff, why are you changing it after the fact? So just letting you know, we're not always just making decisions right now on the lowest price. Sometimes we don't need it, as well as Berlin has been high growth, right? You've got areas that we need to be thinking about. I don't want to have problems, that's all I'm saying. So we just want to think about that as we go into this next term, okay? But those are just some of the things we're seeing in the market. Other than that, it's been pretty, we've been answering some of your your residents, getting back to them. We've identified some issues with some of the people who are reaching out, don't understand it. We've identified that they've had their own issues. 9 times out of 10, we just got to figure out what happened with them. And it's usually not the ag problem. It's someone did something and no one knew about it, okay? Or it was a timing issue. But please, residents who listen to these meetings, if you have issues, call my office. It's at 877-861-2772. I'm happy to help and get you to the right place wherever you need to be. Okay?
So we'll be considering electric in October,
Correct.
and what would be the lock-in?
It's only gonna be another 1-year deal. We're trying to sync up a lot of deals at the same point, because, look, after May of 25, starting in June, they haven't set capacity numbers. These are make up 20 to 30% of the electric price. The significance to you guys is this: if you don't know the number, what do you do with it? If you went out farther on the scale, well, you just inflate the capacity number to be safe, right? The suppliers do that. So we're just trying to say, look, maybe we should cut it off early. Make sure we get the data from the capacity markets to settle an auction up, so that we know what the numbers are, and then we'll go out to a more normal term, like a longer term, all right? So it will be one of these like one turn type deals where it's 12 months.
Okay.
Yep.
And Archer is not the individual that you're considering partnering with?
No, we are, absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, they're winning quite a few deals.
Yeah.
They've gotten quite, way more competitive. They're right in the number. I'll tell you, the last bidding session we did, they were all right on top of each other. So they were all 6.5x. Well, that X is like 3 or 4 numbers out on the number scale. It's like maybe 20 cent different per month, between the highest and lowest price. So everyone's been really in that same range right now. Okay.
Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you gave us these graphs, but there's no labels, so I don't know what I'm reading.
Okay. So this one here,
No, this one.
yep, that's an electric. I meant to say that at the beginning. But that's an electric futures graph. Electric futures. That's why it starts in June of 24, because our program doesn't start till June of 20.
Okay, so is this NYMEX futures? What kind of futures?
It's electric.
Okay, but on what?
This is a lot of this.
It's not NYMEX. This is your NYMEX.
Okay, so
And this is
what is the electric futures traded?
kWh, megawatt hours. Same, it just means the same thing. One's just way bigger than the other.
Okay, so this data comes from whom?
I got this specific thing from one of the suppliers, and this is from their computer system, the computer generated wholesale market of the price of electricity.
So it's a wholesale price of a particular,
Of electricity, kWh. I'll bet you, so you see the number? I'm sorry, I forgot my glasses, but you see in the left-hand side, it says $70. It's a megawatt hour. So $70 per megawatt. So right now,
okay, so it's
This
in
is-
dollars.
yeah, this is on peak, it's about $68 a megawatt hour, somewhere around there. So that's for January of 25. I start looking at the June of 24, and that is sitting right under about $45 a megawatt hour.
Okay, I can read that, but what I don't know is what it's coming from. So the electric futures wholesale price of whom?
I don't know whatever generating system they're using, probably something like ICE.
So there are multiple places these could come from.
No, I mean, it's one. I mean, there's a market for NYMEX for gas, where you go out to the NYMEX and you pull that from the market.
Right, I got that, but you said this is not.
Well, it's the same thing. It's not NYMEX. I'm talking about electricity.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not NYMEX. What is it?
It says, I can't read it, but it looks like it says something in this corner here. Published by, on,
Can I apologize? I don't know.
It's natural gas futures.
That one is specific to CME group that you're looking at. If you look at CME,
this isn't the futures, this goes to August 2023, October 2023. This is historical, right,
yes, historical data.
for electric?
For this one's also natural gas.
Okay.
And it should stay under there.
Yeah, I just can't read it.
NYMEX, yeah.
I mean, that's like a 3 font. I barely read 10.
Some way I can get it all to fit on this page.
Yeah,
But anyways, let's just go back to this. This is all going to be wholesale market information in the electric markets. I mean, where they pulled it from, it could have been ice.
So what I would ask for is before we make a decision in October, that it's very clear where it's from and whose market it is. Because otherwise the data is not really very valuable.
It's very valuable, Ken.
Well, it's only valuable if you know what it is, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so let me just say that I'm giving you something for more so, not the purpose to know where it's from, but you're looking at the wholesale cost of electric. If you go out in the market and you're a supplier and you need to buy electric, this is where that graph comes from. I really just want you to take from it what the graphs are doing. And the
But
graphs,
if it's from Colorado, it's very different than if it's from New York. I don't know what it's from.
okay, it is from the PGM area, which is our area. All right, so I think what I'm trying to show you is
Yeah,
things start leveling off.
looks like
And
they have a
you
downward.
can see, like, go back to the, what is it, December, October, November, December of 22, again, indicating how high it was back then. And then it starts to level off. It's still fairly volatile all the way through about July of this year, where it finally starts to settle in. You can see that indication almost every single month that we've given you that graph for.
Could you just,
I'll send it to you.
yeah, that'd be great. And then we could have a reference for where it's from, what the source is.
Yeah.
But this is helpful to see the trend, you know, and be able to lock in a rate, assuming that what we're looking at is apples to apples to what we're paying in the area and all of those things.
When I see the data, then I'll be convinced.
Yeah, yeah. So, but it looks promising, at least.
Yeah, and you guys think, if you look at how it was so high before, and your path is now leveled off quite a bit. We don't expect over the next few years, they're not calling for electric prices to decrease, they're actually calling an increase due to capacity reasons. And over time, you're gonna start seeing more and more clean energy integrated into these programs. So it's just, you know, the futures is gonna be as anyone's best guess, honestly. But they're calling for it to be fairly stable, slightly increasing over the next few years.
Yeah, thank you for sending the reference information, and if there's anything that you think would be helpful
Yep.
for our consideration in terms of how they build this predictive model, all those kinds of things are helpful, I think, to us as well.
Be happy to provide.
You know, Scott, you would ask me about offering an option for clean energy
Yes.
or renewable energy.
Yep.
And I thought about that quite a bit. And what it is we would offer two options for people, is what it would amount to. There's an option for the non-renewable energy, where you're burning fossil fuels and getting it to the normal places like that, or the higher cost solar cells and wind energy and that sort of stuff. Generating electricity is considerably quite a bit more. What I'm thinking is the AEP is under the PUCO is mandated to use a certain percentage of their electricity from renewable resources.
Mhm.
And if people want to get to the renewable resources, one way to do it is, easy way to do it is to just go buy the AEP and stay with them
Mhm.
and be there, and not add the confusion factor of, you know, you can do this or you can do that. That was going to cost you a lot more. This was going to cost you less. Which one do you want?
Yeah.
You know,
Historically, the trustees here in Berlin have said we want the lowest price, so that's how I pursued it. But I want to explain to you, we are pursued it at the lowest price fossil fuels, call it dirty energy, because that's what the industry calls it now. And then we have another option built right into your contract. So if you have the cheapest price that you can, that's dirty energy, then your residents, if they want the clean energy, there's a clean energy option that they can opt into. It's all in one contract. So you still can have the clean energy, but you have to call in and get it. The other flip way to do this, if the trustees so want it this way, you could flip it and make the whole thing clean energy with the dirty option, with the dirty lowest cost as an option. Again, historically, I've never heard that you guys want to pursue that. So we've always kept it, dirty is your primary, clean energy is an option, so you can opt out into the clean.
my preference has always been cheapest cost.
Yeah.
Because that's what everybody's looking at. But I just want to make sure that the other two trustees are in agreement with what I'm saying, or should we change? Or
No, I'm in agreement, and I don't think we should use the pejorative term, because I think that's, what people who are in the, renewable energy, prefer, because they're making money, and so
Understand?
I can accept the clean energy.
As an option.
Oh, it should.
No, I'm
I'm
not.
saying clean, so what I mean is the renewable energy.
Yes,
And
Ken, I'll call it whatever you'd like, sir.
the cheapest.
The cheapest, we got it.
that's,
Very good.
that's what I thought.
All right.
I mean, I think the whole purpose of the aggregation program was to
Clean
get the
and
lowest
safe.
cost.
The lowest cost.
That's the
yes.
whole point of why we wanted to do the aggregation program, and so I think we need to stay true to that.
I do too, and it's nice that people can choose.
Yeah,
The
they don't
other
need to
if
choose
want.
it, if they
If
don't
want the
want.
more expensive,
Yeah.
they have that choice.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna call a pejorative term, but it's not what I would choose.
You call it non-renewable? Thank you, this is all very helpful information, so we'll look forward to that supplemental info and seeing you on the 9th.
All right, thanks, trustees.
Thank you. Right, we did, looks like maybe this was, I don't know if this is the most recent version, but we did have the public health district, is that who you are? Okay, great. We had you guys for 5:45. We had set it up back in June or July, because I think we got held up. So, but do you want to, Heather, put up and introduce yourself, if this, without objection? Of course.
I do apologize, there will be one that's shy, but I will provide it quickly.
She should have the full one.
Okay. And I think this is the one that's just this one piece, and again, I'll provide that
No issues.
in just a moment. All right, well, yes, my name is Susan Rowe, and I'm from Delaware Public Health District. I'm in the Preventive Health Division with WIC. And so happy to be here, and I'll just go over some of the things that I have there in front of you first. This coming Saturday, the Unity Community Center, we're offering a free family fun event focusing on all things wellness. As you can see listed, we'll have some cooking demonstrations, community bike rides, exercise demos, even line dancing. So just some fun things that a family could come out and enjoy to celebrate bringing in fall. The next one, I believe, is about CPR and first aid training is now available, and it is in person at the Delaware Public Health building. There's monthly courses that are being offered in regards to basic life support for healthcare providers, CPR and first aid for the public, first aid, as well as stop the bleed. And there also are on-site trainings, so someone could actually come out to you as well, and they offer that by appointment only. The next one is about the levy that's coming up. So I'm sure you know the district is running a 0.7 mil levy during this November 2023 election. And so what we wanted to point out here, we wanted to, of course, reiterate on the one side what type of public health services would the levy dollars be used for. And then on the right side, we have a few more Q&As that might pop up. One thing that I know that we've discussed too is that it is the same millage the health district has operated on since 1984. So that's a positive thing.
Is it a replacement or a renewal?
That I do not know.
Because the significance of that and the important to me is the fact that if it is a renewal, the rollback stays in place where the state pays and residents don't have to pay that extra 10%.
I understand. I can definitely find that out for you. And you call that a renewal versus
A replacement.
replacement.
And really the question is going to, is the rollback staying in place?
Okay. I can definitely find that out and get that information to you. Yes. it is a lot of information by all means. Does anyone else have any questions about that levy flyer?
My question was about I won't go into too far, because I could go pretty far into the opioid epidemic, education. So I've been speaking, I serve as the township representative in Region 18 for the settlement money, and I think that we really are missing the largest population that we serve within our township and the county, which is education and prevention of youth. And all this stuff is wonderful and great. It's all responsive, reactive, already dealing with the addiction as an issue in recovery. And that's just so far down the path. And thankfully in our township, we haven't been as impacted as other townships yet. But this is an epidemic that, crosses race, gender, socioeconomic status, and it's coming for everyone. And so education and prevention, I know that there's been some discussion about how effective different programs are, such as DARE historically. But to me, the efficacy of those programs has been shown to be most substantive with people who are not already at risk. And some people say, well, that's the reason why we shouldn't focus on that, because they're not already at risk. But I think that's exactly the reason why we should focus on education and prevention, because that is the majority of our current demographic. And so as you guys are thinking through this, to see the question of how are you guys engaging with the opioid epidemic, I think that education, prevention, youth hits the right demographic for what we have and whom we're going to be encountering more frequently. I don't know if you guys have any comments on that or on the levy itself.
The question I've got is, are these available electronically?
Yes, I can definitely email them.
That would be fantastic, because we can put it on our site as well.
You've got it. I can do that.
And could we put a link on the website to get to these?
Yeah.
So the residents can get that? Because we don't have any other than trustees meetings and things of that nature to let people know about it. And like most of them are real close to being out of date, let me put it that way.
Definitely. I noticed that myself. Yes, and I think just having me come and get the ball rolling too, to continue to build the relationship is a very big part of the
Yeah.
puzzle. So I couldn't agree more, and I can definitely get that email to you tomorrow.
That'd be fantastic. Yeah, this one will, the conversations about addiction and recovery,
Yes.
that the last one is tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this one comes up real quick on the 30th.
Yeah.
And
So maybe we can have a social media share out as well.
And this one is virtually anytime. And the levy is, again, anytime. So those.
Before November.
But the only way we're gonna get any of this information out to anybody is electronically.
Definitely, for sure. The other thing that I would like, that I don't think that the flyer is very clear on, the purple one about addiction and recovery, to explain it just a little bit further, the series, that will feature a movie related to the topic, and then instead of a movie preview, there will be a scare to discuss what addiction and recovery really look like. And again, the goal is to reduce the stigma around addiction and recovery, open up dialogue around those topics, and there's National Recovery Month this month of September. And so just to share that, because it's more than just watching a movie, there's actually some talking beforehand and having that conversation with folks that attend.
Wonderful. Any questions, comments from you?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome, and I think I gypped you this one.
Thank you. Okay. So we do have, professionals paid to be here this evening. Without objection, I think that we need to go into executive session with respect to this. Okay. Alright. I think it's G3. Just to confirm.
Well, we're in there, do you want to do employees, because that's just something short.
One or collective bargaining.
Both.
Okay. Move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121-2.22 G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, and compensation of public employee or official. G3, conference with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action. And G4, preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment. With the elected officials, Trustee Bullard, Trustee O'Brien, Fiscal Officer Smith, Trustee Rail, as well as Mr. Reinhardt and Mr. Wolf.
And Gabrielle, Carl, and Don Frick.
And
By telephone.
Gabrielle, Carl, and Dawn Fricky.
By telephone.
Frick.
It's Frick.
Okay.
By telephone.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please go roll. Rail. Yes. Bullard.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Executive session. Thank you. Wonderful to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, thank you. Can you calm down a minute?
What? Oh, yeah, I saw you corrected. That's weird, that's showing that. Oh, you have to correct it in 2 spots. Scott Sanders.
Yeah, we're right on time.
Far be it from us to be delayed in meeting with our esteemed guest.
Did your attorneys leave and you just stepped off?
We have,
Other attorneys?
we haven't.
Make a motion that we return to regular session from executive session. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Boyd, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
make a motion that we appoint,
Wait, we did meet in executive session. No actions were taken, and no decisions were made. However, after having some further discussion related to our tower code case, I think that we do need to take some action at this time.
make a motion that we appoint trustee Rail to represent the township trustees in, dealing with the court for the tower code case
As in mediation.
in mediation session.
I second.
Moved by trustee Buller, seconded by trustee O'Brien, and this is specifically in reference to federal case mediation.
Okay.
Okay, please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Sanders.
I mean, I could lie and say 50 people were crowded.
Yeah, thank you.
There was one other guy with
Oh, I'm sorry that we missed. I'm glad we got you. So, are you here with regards to the comprehensive land use plan?
I just thought that I should, yes, experience. Well, witness,
Witness?
making sure that that got through, or any other questions, and just thank you for having faith in us to work on it.
Yeah, really appreciate it. So, does this have a application here? That's right. Okay, wait. What are you looking at?
No.
What is that? This was the original,
So it's,
this was the original,
what's it say, 24?
this one says clean copy, this doesn't say, just for the.
yeah. So you guys, I think it was supposed to be 23-0.
I think so, because that's what this is.
Yeah.
And then,
And then this is exhibit 6, clean copy. Okay.
so does your, do you have, all the exhibits for this? Does your first exhibit say 24?
Yeah.
Okay, so it really should be 23,001.
I'm guessing, yes.
Okay,
No, 23-004.
23,
yeah, yes.
All right. We have a date, time, place certain of 6:30 for the comprehensive land use plan. Running a little behind schedule this evening. This is for the comprehensive land use plan review. So call to order BZC case 23-004, comprehensive land use plan and map. All right. So we do have with us Mr. Scott Sanders, who has diligently worked with our zoning commission through the comprehensive land use plan. First and foremost, thank you so much for taking into account some of our initial feedback. It definitely has taken longer than what we all expected, but overall, I was very, very impressed with the work of the zoning commission, the work of regional planning. And I like how you extracted the county information and can have that evergreen document, so we can still reference to it, we can still rely on it in terms of looking at it for consideration moving forward. But it just allows us to keep what's Berlin Township specific in our comprehensive land use plan. I don't have anything specific that I want to have addressed except for We did receive a report from Morpsey regarding our parks and trails opportunities. And they just presented on that last Wednesday at our Parks and Trails meeting. Have a really great map, and they've integrated it with Delaware County Trails recommendations already. So I wondered about the prospect of having the one map that they recommend somehow put in as an addendum to it and then reference, because there's a couple places where we reference the parks and trails, working through the trails opportunities, and maybe say like, see addendum. And I can do that work, I just wanted to talk through it with the board and you to see what we're thinking.
Where is that map?
The parks and trails, it has not come yet, unless it came today, I haven't been able to check my email. But it was just a PowerPoint presentation.
So I'd like to see it before I said I wanted it included.
Sure, of course. Let's see. And Scott, do you want to provide any reflections or thoughts on the plan?
Not really. I mean, it has been a while. I mean, it kind of started before the overlays started, which we paused, and then you switched some zoning inspectors there and other personnel. So and the overlays went through, and then COVID happened, and then actually the zoning commission that I kind of started with was quite different from the zoning commission that we ended up with, which is fine. That happens over time, but I thought it was good to get a lot of that input from them and also from trustees. I think 2 different drafts, 2 different reviews. So yeah, I think this is well looked through and well thought about, and you know what you're adopting, I feel like. Sometimes I don't always feel that way. So.
Well, we had provided, I took the board's feedback from our first go around with it and presented that to the chair, the VCC chair at the time, was Jerry Valentine. And they've integrated, to my knowledge, they've integrated all of our rewording feedback. And then they themselves caught, I thought, a number of really good points to get updated as well, which were consistent with what our board had wanted, but just missing parts of data or references here and there that needed to be updated. So I thought they did a great job with putting in the energy necessary to make for a good product overall. Any comments from the board?
I concur.
I have no problem with it.
Okay, so the only question really is the map on the trails presentation, and I have not received that final map from Jonathan Miller from Morpsey, so we don't have it to incorporate tonight. I could either, I don't want to necessarily delay it. I don't even know how the board will feel about the Morpsey's recommendations. I think that we need to have a discussion about it, and just make certain that we're all on the same page first. So I'm fine with adopting this as is tonight, and then potentially, having a standalone document that gets referenced later on or incorporated in the future iteration of this. What do you gentlemen think? Would you like to wait and get that and review that information from Parks and Trails first, or would you like to take action?
I think when we have a document that we're in agreement on, we have to adopt it. Well, we are in agreement on it.
Well put. What are your thoughts, Trustee Woolard?
I'm okay with it, and I'm ready to approve it.
Okay, well, in keeping with standard protocol, we do offer time for public comment if there is any public comment on the comprehensive land use plan. I will say we've had this noticed for quite some time. We've had it up on our website. We've welcomed resident input all throughout. So I hope that, I feel that we provided more than ample amount of time for residents to comment on the comp land use plan. And the next step, I think, will be to harmonize the comp plan with, our zoning resolution overall. And we'll be leaning on our assistant zoning inspector and our zoning inspector, to help with those text revisions. Of course, would welcome your kind support and assistance as well.
I tend to find that when people are happy with zoning, they're here. And when they're happy, they're not here. So I think this is an indication that people are happy.
So here is the map, just so that you guys can see, but this is not the final version. The light green are the primary recommendations, with the darker green being secondary recommendations. And my understanding is the primary, and I can send this to you too, Scott, are in concordance with the Delaware County Trails recommendations.
So I don't know that I would totally agree with the prioritization. I don't know that I disagree with. Because you know, my basic theory is I want ones that people will use. And that should be our number one goal.
Well, and that's a really great point, and has come up a number of times at the committee as well. And so, unlike what Morpsey recommended, which was, more prioritization away from the schools, the committee did want to recommend.
Why would they do that?
Hyatt. Well, they agreed with that being the top priority once we had the discussion.
Okay.
But in this map right here, it's the Hyatt, because because there isn't the Hyatt Rolson extension yet.
The rules.
Rolson Hyatt extension.
Yes.
So
But that doesn't mean it
Right.
shouldn't be the priority.
Right.
Yeah, because I believe, as you well know, and I've said it before, I think people will use that because they use it now, the pilot going from Cheshire Road, which is nothing. I mean, I've rarely seen people go from nowhere to somewhere. So what they do is they really start at the schools, they go to Cheshire, and then they come back. But the point is, they use it.
Yes,
On the,
and there's opportunities right now to fill in some gaps that were not filled by Montangy streets.
on the west side.
Mhm.
And they don't really use it on the east side because it's segmented and, it makes sense that it's used on the west side. So like this one, I think, so I'm not in disagreement with the map totally. I'm just not in the priority that they have.
Prioritization recommendations. Well, yeah, so we could even ask them to, actually to provide this same, because I already had asked them to go back to see these little green stubs.
Yes.
These are not paths, they are, what are they? Oh,
Cemeteries.
cemeteries, yeah.
That's odd.
Yeah, it was so odd. I was like, why do you have paths that are green here? And those are cemeteries. And I said, well, maybe like gray or something. You could just take them out. So that's what he was going to alter. And maybe what I'll ask him to do, instead of having a layer 1, layer 2, here's the recommended routes.
Right.
Rather than saying what prioritization they need to go in.
Right. The other thing that, as you know, that I mentioned multiple times was the access to restrooms. And so I did not want connectivity outside of the township to the township if it did not go to connect to a restroom. Because residents have made that complaint to me from other townships.
Yeah. I kind of think that there might be some opportunity within Alton Creek at these
Yes.
critical intersections,
Right.
To maybe do something in that regards.
And they seem very open to it, which I was pleasantly pleased with. So when we have that access available to us, I think it's incumbent on us to use it.
Yeah. Well, we still have a few things to work out on this recommendation, so why don't we move forward with the comp plan use plan and continue to work through these recommendations? Because I think they're very thoughtful. I mean, they did a very excellent job. Jonathan Miller spearheaded it, and then he also mentioned that there would be some new programs that Morpsey will be offering too for consultative services. For example, if we wanted to review development plans or something like that, which I thought would be potentially very helpful as well.
I would be hesitant.
Well,
Because their view of
You don't
complete
have to,
streets.
yeah, but you
is-
don't have to take their recommendation. You can have it, and it could be another perspective.
I would be hesitant.
I did share that we already had really great Delaware County regional planning that often reviews
Yes.
our plans.
Where Jonathan Miller used to work, so.
Yeah, I mean, yes. He's been very.
And we talked about that program too, and just making sure that we're aware of whatever's happening.
Yeah.
It hasn't been a duplicate.
But I do find that Morpsey has an agenda that I am not in agreement with, and I don't want them to impose it here. I think it's very city-oriented, and I think it's not what our residents will appreciate.
Well, I can't speak to their overall mission or agenda, but I can say that with regards to trails, they were very intentional about incorporating the resident feedback and did a phenomenal job with their analysis overall.
Yeah. And there are some things that they're good at.
Yeah.
Well, I would say they're actually good for cities too, but we're not that, and so. But can I ask a question in regards to these, for instance, like this? Now, is it the intention that it really does parallel 36, 37 in close proximity, or are baggage roads to 36, 37? That's what I would find more appropriate, because I think people would use them more.
Yeah, their intention was along 36, 37 for a couple of reasons. One was the Ohio to Erie Trail is going to come out directly onto 30, there's an outlet directly.
Yeah, but
on
we could take it
37
from
over.
here and then curve it down because
And then you
I
have
think
a
it would
bridge
be
issue.
hard.
You have this issue.
Well,
bridge
yes,
issue.
that's why it needs to go there,
Mhm.
there. I mean,
Right.
it's critical that it goes there, otherwise it can't happen.
Yeah.
But,
So we're talking about how.
but I don't think it's as safe. I mean, if you cross, Lackey Old State Road at 36, 37 without a light, I think that is
Yeah, I mean, right
potentially
here.
unsafe.
I mean, they did a great job. I'll send this whole report so that you guys can review it because they,
But if it came down to Reed Parkway, that would make more sense, and then it can.
so it crosses over the bridge, it goes down Lackey Old State over to Reed Parkway.
Mhm.
And cuts across the front of those houses, or cuts across the park and then crosses over.
I don't know.
That's a big thing, because either way, you're crossing Lackey Old State, either there or at 36, 37 or lower.
I can come up with problems, I don't always have solutions.
Well, their recommendation was 36, 37. Whether or not we want to adopt that or say, take it down Reed Parkway would be, I think,
Okay, so what I would say is the proximity makes sense, and then look at the functionality of the topography and the traffic flow and not be wedded to exactly.
exactly, yeah.
The idea of getting it built by developers would be more likely down inside of a site and not along 36. So, I mean, unless you're gonna get it, ODOT's gonna not wanna put it in there right away anyway, so.
Yeah, and our overlay right now, we have it that has to be on the right of way. Whenever builder has come in, we've had them put it at the top or the.
Well, and I didn't want that there because it makes sense there, but it could curl down.
Yeah, well.
Because it can be attractive, it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
totally efficient.
Yeah,
Because when it comes to parks and trails, people want
beauty,
beauty and not just efficiency.
yeah. If they want efficiency, they'll do a car.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I think that those are great points, and I think that we should, I have a quick update today. I had planned to have the final draft, but I just have the penultimate draft. So, we can send that to the agenda for the 9th and talk through it a little bit more. I think it's worthy of a really robust discussion because
I think it'll be robust.
I think it will be too, and I think that we're in a really good direction in terms of how we position ourselves overall. So no public comments regarding,
Sorry, were you talking about, still about the trail plan or some other robust discussion?
No, trails.
trails.
Well, parks and
Yeah.
trails, but trails for the most part.
Yeah, well, and we need to talk about parks, because that's the next thing for our committee to really talk about, I think, but robust, always robust. Okay, so with no public comment, we'll close out the public comment period. Any additional comments, thoughts, questions for the board's consideration?
So I think we should adopt the exhibits first.
Move to accept exhibits 1 through 6, with the or 1 through 7, with the, is there only 7?
Is there any one, what is, the 7th is the agenda.
Yeah.
What about the minutes of the?
I can
It says minutes,
together.
agenda sign sheet, approved minutes, obviously.
This is the BZC.
Yeah. Okay. Move to accept exhibits 1 through 7 for BCC case 23-004, 2023 comprehensive land use plan and land comprehensive use plan map, with the latter exhibits taking precedence over the former.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please go roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes. Okay, and with that, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the BZC case 23-004 and approve it based upon the zoning commission's recommendations and accept all exhibits through exhibit 7 and with latter exhibits taking precedent over earlier exhibits.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bowler, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. I just want to express once again my gratitude and appreciation for the zoning commission and Delaware County Regional Planning, as well as my colleagues on the board to work through this. I think it sets us up for success in the near and long-term future.
I would like to say that it's taken quite a while to get here, and I know it has been said, but we had one version of this, which I think was properly sent back to the zoning commission and updated, I believe the updated partial of what we had when we started. So I think you guys did a great job of putting that all together.
Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Yeah.
When will the 27,000 hit?
What is that, people or money?
Your projection was population of 27,000.
People ask that a lot. You know, you don't know if it's going to keep ramp up or, I mean, new projects have kind of slowed down the last year coming in, so. I don't know. You never know how fast it's gonna happen, you just think so. I did have an alternate. I didn't want to do this earlier because I didn't want it to be too serious, but I had an alternate cover version. If you look in the lower.
Looks good, sounds good, smells good.
Thank you. I did that right after
That is
right after
awesome.
you did that at that township.
That's our overall mantra for this comp land use plan. Looks good, sounds good.
And then
smells
time passed, and then I'm like, well, now it's not even funny, so.
It's fun, it's still fun.
So that's a new cover.
No, I'll leave it at the end.
Okay, so, just to, are we good with this? Do we need anything else regarding this hearing? Okay, move to adjourn BZC case 23-004.
Second.
Moved by chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Ms. Carl?
O'Brien,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Okay, back in regular session. Our next item is, we are going to tackle our zoning resolution. And I believe the board there is consensus or appetite to consider moving from our current two-step process to a one-step process, and maybe not adopting Orange's zoning, but some of Orange's process related to the one-step method. And wondered if you had any just kind of initial thoughts for.
Jerry and I chatted about that, or maybe we chatted an email about it, but, he had just mentioned doing that he would do some research, and I said, that would be very easy for us to change, and bring in an amendment, because the process isn't a big deal. It's just taking your one step, two step, making sure everything's in the development plan, and then just saying, okay, this is the development plan requirements that the developer needs to bring forward.
Yeah, well, I guess, if you wouldn't mind, then I can maybe, if the board's okay with this, maybe we can have, Jerry and Jake, chat with you guys, and if we need to do any agreement or anything like that, I think we have a little bit of hours with you guys each year.
Yes.
But
there are implications of it that are more profound than just melding them together. For instance, minor and major would be determined by one body, not two different bodies. And I think it would, with a one step, be appropriate to the major minor decision would go to the trustees.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so the major minor amendments comes after the approval. So if you like it the way it is, it could stay the way it is.
Oh, no, we don't like it.
No, because it's written two different ways, and it can be interpreted two different ways, and that's never good.
Well, what I think I'd like to propose is, I'd like to speak with Jerry and Jake about the things that have come up from our board historically. Major, minor changes, some of the things related to the overlay, some of the things related to signage, some of the things related to landscaping.
But there's also procedural things that need to be addressed.
Yes.
When does the 30 days click in? So
Things
that
like
needs
that.
to be put in there. And so there are some places that there are, it sounds like it's all cohesive in one thing, but when you pull from this article and apply it to this article, all of a sudden you have a conflict, and that just doesn't work. And I'm not necessarily saying it should be one way or the other way, but it should be one way.
Yeah.
Not two possible ways.
So it's gonna require a rather systemic overhaul of the way that we have addressed these items in the past, which has been, we address an article when the article needs to be addressed, and then that's resulted in some, not inconsistency within the articles themselves, but amongst them all.
Yes. And so whoever does it has got, and see, another part of it is farmed out. You do this, you do this, you do this. This is your, okay. And that turns into a mess because it makes a good article, but it doesn't make a good plan.
Yeah. Because then they have different expectations for what needs to be provided. And sometimes that's warranted, but it should be done so by principle.
Right.
Not because,
Well, and that's like when the lawyer says it depends. Well, I don't like the answer, it depends. I like, it depends based on this, this, and this. And if this, this, and this, then it is this way, this way, this way. It's not, well, it depends, and we don't know.
Well, and I like the idea of what I'm hearing is that we would work with bullet points, like,
yes.
we want this to be this way.
Yeah.
That's much better than, we don't like the way this works.
Yeah.
And I think that you have experience to know what to ask.
We're not just identifying the problem. We're
Right.
providing the direction that we want to go in, and then the wording and how it gets shaped out is kind of more you guys' bread and butter.
And one thing that I'm working on with Harlem Township is they're putting the process in its own chapter. So it's like, this is for all the plan districts. Because right now, the straight districts, which people don't know that anybody's using them here.
Well, we have some because they're grandfathered like industrial.
But those are usually just covered under the amendments chapter. But for a plan district, there's no reason that you can't say in a plan district, step one, bring in your plan. Here's how the voting happens.
Yeah.
And then each article then just has the standards. Here's the
Yeah,
standards
right.
for
Yeah.
commercial.
Well, and in there, you could probably put the timeline, so like with the ARB and all that, and there's no reason we can't have the ARB, as long as they're going to do it, do more than just the overlay.
Yeah. Like, I think certainly the other overlays, like, OCPUD,
Yes.
But
also too, I think that the ARB it was created and we didn't really know where it was going. I think they need more directions because it's too sketchy. Well, it has to have a certain look. Well,
timeless.
and that's not definable. And we're finding that, okay, it sounds good. Now I know what it means and you know what it means, but it's not the same thing. And we need something that everybody knows it means this. And like I said, in the origination of the overlay, although it's not totally true, I don't really care what it looks like. I just want it to be consistent and professional and look, this is Berlin. But what's coming in is this and that, and it's not a Berlin look. And I'm not okay with that. And I understand ARB doesn't have enough direction to say this doesn't comply. So yeah, we're not a municipality. We can't say it's got to be Georgian like Albany or whatever, but we can have it be much more consistent and precise is really what I want. I don't know how precise we can get it, but I want that look to be Berlin look when they come into Berlin, especially the Berlin Park. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Would you want to do it with words, or do you want to do it with pictures?
Words.
I want it to be enforceable. So whatever gets it enforceable is what I want.
It's a challenge to legislate style and taste, but you can try.
Well, what I want is a look. I'm not saying one style or this style, but a style. And if they don't like it, they don't have to do the overlay. That's my thought.
Yeah. So we'll get some bullet points going. I think it would be actually really good. I have a couple that I've already started, things that came up from our last few meetings, things that come up every single time. They,
The fountains.
the fountains and so I think if.
Now, I do know some of that is give and take, so I don't know that we can mandate fountains. And, but it could be put in that it is.
If a fountain is necessary.
Well, or it is recommended. And so that, see, if we can't require it and they meet all the requirements, then we can't say you have to put a fountain in it, we just can't. Okay, but if they're saying, well, can you give on this, which I'm not meeting all of the requirements, okay, now we can do give and take, because you want this, well then, can you give the residents that? And so you can put in there recommended, so that the wording, if they are going to put in the fountain, okay, it's defined what the fountain is. Maybe the fountain is 10 feet tall for so many square feet surface area. I don't know.
Well, and I understand, and I think that's the way that it has historically gone. I like the idea of the plan being the plan, as long as it's updated, and as long as it's taken into account different components of each specific parcel. Like, for example, the environmentally sensitive areas. Maybe that calls for something a little bit different because of topography. or there's
So
restrictions.
I
but
understand that, And that's-
Generally, I want there to be that, you want a fountain, here's the fountain rules. You want a sign, here's the sign rules. You want a landscape, here's landscape rules.
Right,
To be able to speak to that, because that way, if they're gonna do a one step, that means that we're getting a fine on that. That's coming through.
exactly.
And I think that needs to change our whole
It
paradigm
will.
and how we approach what we're even reviewing.
Correct.
Because if they don't, and this is the way that they do it in Orange, they don't have all the check boxes, listed, and they wanna move forward, that gets sent over to zoning, and zoning has the zoning staffing report, and it's like, you're missing all these things, we can't move forward until we have these things in place, because it's a one-step process. Right now, you can move forward, get this updated, do this, and then we may not ever see anything.
Right.
So, okay, well, thank you so much for your time, I won't belabor this any longer, but definitely looking forward to working with you on the zoning resolution updates, and I think that it sounds like we have a very positive direction that we want to move forward with to set us up for the future.
I do think, speaking to your thought about how the zoning commission changed, it's always good to go fairly quickly, because when you get different personnel, because I think Concord is a prime example of where they had zoning commission changes, and they basically wrote it 3 times before it got approved, in about 5 years, wasn't it?
Their plan or?
Their zoning text.
Okay. Yeah, they've always kind of done that on their own, so. You're probably right.
I think it was a nightmare.
Can you
Okay,
make sure Kathy Rickle gets those?
yes, thank you. Thank you for making sure. All right,
Thank you.
thanks, take
Good
care.
night.
All right, so this brings us to topic 1 on the agenda.
Adoption of minutes.
Minutes, yes.
I move that we approve minutes for 6/12/23 and 9/11/23 special meeting minutes, and dispense with the reading of the
Okay.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. And you got everything needed for that, Claudia? Those minutes?
For the 2 that he just approved, the other ones I do not have.
Are you waiting on anything from us?
For those other ones, not these 2.
Okay. What are you waiting on?
July 24th, August 18th.
You just are waiting for us
March
to,
20th.
I reviewed them, but I didn't have any issues with it.
You reviewed the ones for the
The-
August 14th? that had
No,
all the red
the
markings?
7/24,
Oh, you reviewed those?
yeah.
Okay, nobody told me, so.
I mean, does anybody have any issues with them?
I'm okay with these 2, the others I'm not so sure about.
Okay.
So do you want to add 7/24?
No, he doesn't want to move.
Well, if you both have done them, then I'm,
We can keep it on.
We can get these 2 off and then the other 3 or the 4 next time, which will be this meeting and the other 3.
So, yeah. We can do that next time. Okay, please call roll.
Rayo,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien,
yes.
All right, that takes us to old business. Evergreen Memorial. Sign.
signed, we got a couple of quotes, and I said I would try to bring a sketch, or I would bring a sketch to this meeting, but I don't have a sketch. Been working on it, trying to get one, I'm just gonna have to bring it to the next meeting. Looks like the piece of marble, and we can get some support for paying for it, it's gonna be about $15,000 or something like that for the piece of marble, but then we gotta mount it and do all the engraving and the other stuff on
I love it.
it. Yeah, so we gotta,
Is it a dark marble?
not marble, the granite. Yeah.
Is it a dark?
It's dark.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, that's
And the
what-
engraving will be light.
Okay, then, I got a couple more things to say on the cemetery, but the trees, Mr. Grove didn't want to and wouldn't quote us, trees to go out there. And the reason for it is the salt from the 23. Jesse uses the phrase of, salt's free for ODOT. And so they, when in doubt, dump it, is what they do.
Yeah, but the cedar was more salt resistant, that's why we chose that
I
particular
understand,
plant.
but, Mr. Grubb says he doesn't think anything that we put there evergreen wise is gonna make it. In the
Okay.
long term, so that
So
was,
what plant would make it?
I don't know, I didn't get that far. But what I got was because he was putting together a list and it's a nice big project that he would like to do. But, the evergreens, he just didn't think it would do it.
So.
On 23, no.
I understand.
I still think that there could be clusters on the south and the north side that are set back even further from the road than that.
Maybe look at those,
Yeah,
back farther in the
In
cemetery.
the corners or something like that, just to have some coverage there. And then what about a fence? What about a fence and that? Not even a little fence?
Okay, and then what I wanted to talk about on that is, last meeting, I said, everything that we do there comes from the, general fund. And I didn't elaborate on it, but what we did several years ago, and it would have been, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, something like that, is we set up a cemetery fund. And it was because certain people were worried that we wouldn't have an endowment fund to be able to take care of the cemetery. And if the township ever run out of money, then the cemetery just go to being bad. So what we did is we took $25,000 a year from the general fund, put it into a fund called the cemetery fund. We don't have very much money coming in for the cemetery. So everything that we put in the cemetery, for all intents and purposes, comes from the general fund. You look at, we all signed the deeds for Cheshire Cemetery, and there aren't that many that we're signing, and we know what we get for those. And so it's not tens of thousands of dollars that's coming in for those. It's maybe $1,000 or $2,000 a year that comes in for those that could be used for an endowment fund. Everything else comes out of the general fund. Whatever we do over there. Whether it's the mowing or it's trees or anything else, the services that we provide, where we dig the holes or open the grave and close the grave and all that, is pretty much done at cost. It's not done with something to be able to provide long-term endowment. So everything is coming from general fund, which is what I meant by that. Is even though there's something there that's called a cemetery fund, it isn't a self-funded cemetery fund, it's only funded from the general fund.
So when the fees come in for opening and closing graves and for deeds and all that, is that put in that cemetery fund or is that put in the?
No, it's put in a separate, cemetery fund for Fairview. So right now we have like $8,655 that we've taken in this year.
Okay, and that includes the opening and closing graves? Well, that's gonna eat up almost all of that.
Yeah, it'll go, so there's not very much that's going into the cemetery fund. That's why I said for practical purposes,
It's just
Yeah.
break
it's
even.
all coming from the,
Because opening and closing is really flow through money. It comes to us to pay the people who open and close it.
we got,
Right.
we got,
That will be gone this year.
it's enough that we don't make a lot of money on it, we don't lose a lot of money on it. We're trying to just break even with those services.
Right.
And, the same thing with Fairview and Cheshire Cemetery, both of the same thing.
Well, because here we're gonna have to do some repaving and things like that, so.
We're looking at, this year, or next year, chip sealing the roads in there. And so that'll come out of the general fund to do that. We've got a project going to trim the trees, that comes out of the general to do that, so that we can get we can't get into some parts of the cemetery without the tree limbs hitting the trucks and that sort of stuff, so we're doing that, but I didn't want anybody thinking that we had this, cemetery fund that was self-funding and all that, but it isn't that. And it makes sense for the residents to get a reduced rate in my mind, because the residents pay taxes to the general fund, so they're paying for the services and the lots and all of that sort of stuff with their taxes all year long.
Right.
So it makes sense to do that with, to give them a reduced rate, because they're paying for it.
Right.
You know? That's why we're doing what we're doing for the township residents. The other couple other things on it is the cemetery right of way. I took Tony over, the assistant prosecutor, today, and they're running fiber optic lines in front of the cemetery. And when they were running fiber optic lines, we had groups, and so it was the lines and the utilities are oops there, and the right-of-way line for the ODOT is laid there. And you can see where the stakes are, and where along 23. And what I was gonna suggest is that you both go over and take a look at it. But the one
We ought to take pictures of it.
Pardon?
We ought to take pictures of it so we know where those things are, and we ought to maybe put a mark
Put a
there.
pin or, yeah.
Yeah, and we can do that. And Jesse's taking pictures and we've got those. But the thing that you want to look at is from about 100 feet south of the north entrance, the gas line goes across the right-of-way line and goes down on what would be cemetery property, which is what leads us to believe that there is a right-of-way there that the gas line has to have the ability to be able to put that in there. Because I don't think they put it on private property, but who knows what they did 25 years ago. So I was using that as a visual aid to try to get Tony to help us to make sure that we knew where the right-of-way really was and if there was any easements going up and down along the road. But go out and take a look at it. I would suggest that you do that. So got that going on.
For the sign, do you want to take action on the sign tonight, or
No.
can we?
No, not till, we want to get our final quotes in and that sort of stuff. We've got one of the funeral homes that is trying to come up with a piece of granite for us, and it's at a very reasonable price. We've got some other people that are willing to do that. We've got people that have come forward and said they would contribute money to put a sign up, so we may be able to do the sign for a very reasonable cost.
And all that's great to me, but I mean, we've heard that same story now for a couple of years on some of these things, you know? People say that they'll contribute money and then you reach out and then you can't get a hold of them. And I don't want that to be the thing that holds us up. I want that sign. Yeah, I want the sign and the landscaping and the things that need to be taken care of, especially since it's no longer called Fairview. It hasn't been for a few months.
The other thing to look at when you're looking at the right of way and up and down along the road there is where the township line is.
Mhm.
And you were asking about graves on the north end,
Yeah.
could be in possibly Liberty Township.
Yeah.
Those are in if they're in Liberty Township, they're in the baby section.
Right.
We don't have records of what's in the baby section.
Right.
So we're really in bad shape as far as knowing who's there, what's there, that sort of thing.
The only thing that indicated to me that they are in Liberty Township is the ground penetration mapping that we did that indicated that they were.
Well, the thing to be careful of is he didn't have a good reference points for the lot lines, where the lot lines were and relating the ground penetrated radar to the lot lines. So what we were doing was just citing where the actual township line is. If you stand there and look at it, you can see kind of how it goes up through there. And it looks like there's maybe 3 or 4 that could be a little bit township. Or maybe, five, if they're in the baby section, they're small ones.
Right.
Don't know what we can do about it, but that's what we got. The other thing to look at though is where the gas line is and the first row of graves going up along 23. The headstones are there, the headstones are,
Yeah, I saw that.
the headstones are at the foot of, or at the end of the grave. So it's not the grave extends past the headstone is where it is. And there is a green strip, a narrow green strip that's maybe, it's less than 10 foot wide.
Yeah,
About
Between
6 foot.
what the
yeah.
ODOT right away is and where the first graves are. And if there's an easement down through there for the gas company, that may be why it's there. And that's why it's so important, why we've been trying to get to, figuring out where and what easements exist there. Just to.
I just don't think that there is, even if we could do it, which I think we can with this, the cedar that was picked out was specifically for its salt tolerance.
Mhm.
And I think that would be okay as far as product on that. But, I mean, when I went and looked, it did not look like there would be enough room to have those roots
No,
you know,
because they're gonna get.
spread in any way, either direction, east or
Yeah.
west. And so, I mean, we may need to scrap anything other than small landscaping in the front.
Mhm.
Which kind of defeats the purpose, because we wanted there to be a little bit of privacy. I mean, what do you think? Is there enough room?
It would depend on what you would put in. I think some hedge might go in, might not spread out too far.
Hedge?
It's pretty hard to do. It's, a lot of hedge is hard to kill.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to kill it.
Yeah.
But it's also a lot of maintenance. And I'll tell you, my ability to make a straight edge.
Mhm.
Our mower does a great job right across the top.
Mower?
Both sides, yes, it does.
It's a skill I have never been able to.
The whole point was we didn't want it to have to be something that we maintained
Right.
and that was a burden. It was supposed to be, here's a
Peaceful.
cluster of peaceful evergreens. It was meant to be representative of the name change too, to put in evergreens.
Mhm.
So, I mean, if we can get one somewhere, or a couple somewhere, that would be nice, but it doesn't sound like we're gonna get our beautiful row of evergreens.
You could put in a few and see how they weather the salt, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be good. Put in a few and see how they do. And that way we haven't invested thousands of dollars
And to get the ones that are the most salt tolerant.
in.
And anything you put out there will break it up some, you know, if you put in a couple more maybe, and then, and also on
What do
the
you think about
sign,
that?
are you thinking of moving the sign down to maybe in front of the statue, or where are you gonna put the sign?
I would envision the sign going exactly where it was.
That's what I thought, but I'm hoping
Yeah.
that there's a better
I
place.
think it'd be better in front of the statue, so, that's about the center, halfway between the two driveways.
Are you good with that?
Yeah, we're good with that.
Okay, then we'll do that.
The location of the sign isn't important, it's getting the sign, and then we'll figure out how to put it. We'll put it someplace, even if we have to take a couple of unused grave spaces, we can do that, to put a sign, figure out a way to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheshire
That's about
Cemetery
everything that I've
transfer.
got on the cemetery, other than, question for Claudia. Have we heard anything from Paul yet for the contract for next year? We need to be looking at.
Do we have to bid it this year?
I thought we did.
We don't have to, but I'm thinking we might want to.
One question.
Okay.
So do we need to do anything with money?
I haven't heard from them. If you guys wanna bid it out, we didn't bid it out last year, I don't think. We
No, we
did the
just
renewal
extended
for them. So if you wanna bid it out, you need to be working on the RFPs.
The bid out will take a while.
I don't care if we bid it out or not, whichever you guys wanna do.
I think it is time, but it's such a pain.
Yeah, the other thing is we're seeing damage out there, grave markers and the big things that are
Well, the other advantage of bidding it out is then they know that they have to shape up.
We can feel good about it or not feel good about it. Move on.
Cheshire Cemetery transfer request.
Haven't done anything on the one for Cheshire, the one for, Evergreen is, it's been scanned and sent to them, and
Great.
so we're waiting. And Tim, I talked to Tim and had him, contact the lady, and I don't know exactly how he contacted her, but, I let him know, and I think it's moving along.
Good.
I think it's moving along.
Great
I
to
believe
hear.
the ball's in her court to get it, notarized and sent back to us.
Good to hear.
So that's where it is. And I had not spent the time to call, Teresa and see if we can get a deed made up for that to put some, but I believe we can do that.
Okay.
What I was gonna do was call Teresa Cannon and see if we could get a deed for Evergreen Cemetery, for that, and then we'll be able to have a record.
I did, just so you know, we had an item that was on here a while back related to quantum and the licenses. So I did look into that with regards to, because we have the two computers that you basically virtual into. And so, I looked into the common access follow-up with Eric because he said that Eric with IT Made Real. Because he said that you could potentially, so I said we have 4 unique logins right now.
Mhm.
We've been experiencing issues where people log in and occupy a portal, but then they don't log out and it shuts out unique users out of the system. He said you could resolve it by,
Timing them out.
creating a remote server option with Windows and RDS licensing. And that would allow for 5 users simultaneously to share in the software. I asked how much that was, and he indicated for all the equipment we need to purchase, it'd be $3,500 for the remote server, and then the Windows licensing would be $1,800. It'd be about $5,300 for the remote desktop services server. And I said, that seems pretty high. And he said, or alternatively, if you guys have a couple of leftover laptops around,
We do.
which we do, he could set those up the same way that he set up his other 2. And then that would be like his normal maintenance cost.
There you go.
So if you guys are okay with that, because I know that you mentioned we don't need more users, but I'd like for all 4 of them to be able to access independent of another person having to log out or losing a day of time,
Sure.
especially since the part-time workers, they're gonna log in and then they might not come back to it for a week. So,
And we have computers, so let's do it.
okay. So Claudia, do you have the 2 computers that you can log as being used for this purpose? And then just leave them on the desk and then I'll let Eric from my teammate know that he can set up those other 2 the same way as the prior 2. Is that okay?
That sounds fair.
Okay.
And we need to be able to get, we can make a list of people we want to get on.
Yeah, I had the list.
Teresa, Kathy,
Jackie, Larry, and Tim.
Larry, and Tim. Claudia. You don't want to be on it?
So we'll have 5. Okay. I feel like maybe one of us should have access to be able to check on things, potentially. No? No? Okay. I mean, so if something were to happen, none of us on the board could get in at all,
If you don't know what you're doing in there, it's kind of, you gotta be able to know what you're
One thing
doing.
I really want to be careful of is security on that, because don't want anybody being able to hack them, because they could cause tremendous problems for us.
Which brings me up to, is it backed up so that on a certain date, everything is known on that date? And
It's
then,
every day.
It's back to every day, yeah.
and, but I mean, so let's say somebody does make a whole lot of changes. I can go back to September 3rd and say, what did it say on September 3rd? And I can reproduce exactly what it was.
And the way they explained it to me is I could go back to September 24th or thereabouts, which is yesterday. And they do that every day.
Well, but you're asking a different question. So yes, it is being backed up every night, but he's asking, can you still access that snapshot from 3 months ago if you wanted to?
Well, yeah, if, from September, I don't know about that, whether you can pick when you want to.
See, that's what I want, because if somebody is nefarious and you say, oh, now I know this person's nefarious, but they weren't, I didn't know that, and so I want to go back to,
Go back a month ago or whatever.
or well, even a year ago, because we can pull up the deeds from a year and really fix it. And if it's not a continual, I can do it September 3rd, September 4th, all those dates. If we have at least one day a year that picture is taken, that we know everything exactly, and we can recreate from that date,
Right.
that would make me happy. But how do we know whether that's true or not?
Do you have the contact person for Quantum? Does somebody have that information? Do you have that information, who to contact for Quantum?
Teresa deals with them more, so
Okay,
Teresa Cannon.
Yeah, Teresa.
but do you just have like the email have you ever emailed them before?
I've emailed them
'Cause
about
I
the
could-
licenses, but I have to go back.
Do you wanna just
See.
forward me that and I can just write them real quick and just ask? It's just a quick clarifying question via email.
And if it's not so, then what can we do to make it so?
Because we went through this question 10 years ago and got it settled, but we need to ask it again.
Yeah. Okay. Jed, I haven't heard from, our attorney other than everything was moving forward, and I had put them in contact with Metro's attorney to get the Jed moving. I did notice that Metro has been, looks like doing some clearing of the land and some stuff over at that parcel. So, and
Metro or TNR?
Metro,
So they have agreed to do it, and so
Yeah.
we should be getting
yeah,
currently for the people working, but we're not gonna get it currently for the people working.
right,
So how do we expedite it?
good question. I'll follow up with that.
And maybe we need to pull the county in on that too, because
Well, the
they're the ones
county-
that can do the hammer.
But they are, yes, they are, they have removed themselves from the JED discussions though. From us actually talking between the township, the other township and the village. They said they do not need to review the draft, nor do they. want to do it.
No, but what they need to do is put the hammer on Metro
Yeah.
to make the application, because until there's an application, there's nothing that really the village or the other township,
Can act on,
right?
yeah, okay.
Okay,
And I'll ask about expediting
Since we're
application.
talking about that, I've been told that, there's steel stored up at, on the TNR property site.
So that one too, they said they would.
Yeah, that one was interesting because, so let me finish the Metro thought first.
Okay.
So they have did you guys see the sewer
I have not.
or they have stuff on the Metro property. So I'll reach out and say, we'd like to know the status of the application, we'd like it to be expedited. Because I believe the village had mentioned dispensing of, the reading or doing an emergency reading to pass in one session instead of 3 or something like this. So that would move forward. I wasn't certain if we should, just keep plowing forward with Metro or figure out a way to have TNR jump on with Metro at the same time. And the reason is this, TNR had indicated that the apartments and the industrial were together. That they weren't gonna do one without the other initially.
Mhm.
But it appears that that's not the case.
No,
So at this point, I'm not sure exactly, like, I could reach out to, Mr. Sabatino and I could ask if he, still intended to move forward with the JED at this time regarding the industrial.
so you know who I think would be most effective would be to have Monica do that.
Yeah, I can reach out to Monica and see what the status is.
Or do you want me to do that? Because I'm contacting her in regards to me.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And do you want me to do that as well with Metro, with her?
Yeah, but I'm less concerned with Metro because their lawyers have already.
So I will talk to them, but you could also talk to them as well, Metro in particular. And then I don't know the status of, Elysian or whatever,
Legion.
because they should start the process of an application prior to them starting doing things.
So, why don't I reach out to Elysian and see if did they indicate they were participating?
Yes.
Yeah.
And because of the sewer, I'm sure they're working with Metro.
Yeah, so why don't I see if maybe at this time, because that's pretty clear, Elysian and Metro can be, on the initial petition.
Right, and I tend to think that, because they're somewhat similar as opposed
Yeah.
to the industrial,
Yeah,
that the BIA that would be afforded to them could also be similar.
yeah.
Whereas I don't know if the industrial would be quite similar.
Well, yeah, they are in different overlays too.
Yes.
So why don't you follow up with Monica and then I'll follow up with Yates and Thomas on that end. We'll
Yes.
kind of corral them together and see if we can't get an application sooner than later.
Yes.
Let me come back to the cemetery at one more time.
Oh,
One of the people that owns the lot in the Muslim section asked for which lot was his, where's his lot at? And so Tim's been trying to locate some pins, he's been successful, where we've located some pins, but they're not the way we thought they would be. They took that section because it was open and laid it out so that it's angled, it's not the way it was normally. And it appears, and, that, I don't know if you all followed it, but there was a gentleman that, kind of masqueraded as a funeral director, for the Muslims, and he was doing a bunch of burials and that sort of stuff. Well, he did some over here. And the paperwork was either non-existent, we can't find anything, all that. We've got some marker laying on the ground, but we don't know that there's grave spaces, but they're just laying there. And that guy ended up going to prison. He's in prison right now for masquerading as a funeral director. And that was we're trying to straighten out, or it's another issue that we're working with over there. It just seems like the list is just longer and longer.
yeah. I'd love to
The
have
more we do-
issues logged where we are kind of tracking and having that regular report out. I mean, I do appreciate Tim giving the updates, but I do feel like sometimes they're episodic
Mhm.
and brand new, but they've been going on for a long time, but we just haven't been privy to them. So if we have kind of issues log that we can keep track of and be able to be like, oh yeah, here's where we're at on this, that would help. It would help me personally be able to know what Tim is waiting for, to be able to act on, to be able to serve. For example, that form, I'm glad we got it in place. We probably
Maybe-
could have gotten it into place a lot sooner. I wasn't aware of the issue until more recently, but,
Maybe at some point we could take advantage of the Jacobs software to be able to.
yeah,
to
I
log
think
those
that,
kind of things over there.
yeah, the initial reports of that software, that they're very positive, it's very good to use, so I think maybe there is potential in expanding it out as a roads.
And Tim forwarded, I don't know if he forwarded it to you or not, but he forwarded to me a newspaper article from Mount Vernon. And it had to deal with cemeteries that they've got up there, and what the recorder's office was doing was recording the graves, places, recording the deeds and that sort of stuff. So that the physical officer didn't have to be the only one with a record, but we had a record we would have a record at the recorder's office, which would be backed up.
Interesting.
That sort of stuff. I don't know, did you guys, does that sound familiar or not, but it was from
Yes,
Tim, a newspaper article.
yes, but the issue is that I don't think it'll solve the problems that we have. Because the problems are, I mean, whether they're recorded here or at the recorder's office, the problem's the problem. And-
Well, yeah, I agree with that, but in the long term, if we had a fire here, hopefully our fireproof cabinets would take care of it and keep their records for us, but if we didn't, we may be in trouble.
Well, that's why we need to get the information backed up on the fonts. I
Yes.
mean, that's what's gonna solve that problem.
That's what we're doing with that.
Yeah.
But I just bringing that up as something potentially we want to think about.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
I
has
quit about
happened to
cemetery.
that file cabinet? Is it still out there?
Yeah, it's not that. I haven't come in to demolish the desk, and he'll bring it up as soon as we demolish the desk. And
Did we put that as unusable?
put
Did
it
we take that off inventory? Let's do that so that you have freedom to do that, because that thing is trash.
Mhm.
Okay to do that now? I move that we,
I'll give you a sheet, you can fill it out.
okay.
I don't want to do one item at a time. We're gonna do a whole list when we do inventory and all that stuff.
But he wants to do it sooner than later so we can get that over.
He just needs to fill out a sheet that I give him that says he's gonna destroy it.
I'll get a couple guys, we'll get it out of there, and it'll go in the dumpster.
But don't we need to take action as a board on that?
We do need to take action as a board. I guess we can do it post fact, but I like to do it before.
We could do this as a one-off and then everything else together.
Okay. Okay, so I move that we declare, the, desk in the, trustees' room as unusable and,
Trash. Okay.
And to remove it from the inventory.
Second?
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard. Yes, I mean, it will probably crumble when you try to move it anyway, so it's very unstable, very unsafe. And definitely should not be used in that capacity. Please call roll.
Red,
Yes.
Bullard, O'Brien.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna sit down and show.
Okay, Cheshire, so regarding the JED, you're gonna follow up with Monica
Yes.
related to all the parcels,
But I will let her know that you are also contacting me.
Elysian and Metro, yep. And then I am also going to, request expedited application and follow up with McCarter regarding that. Okay, Cheshire Road widening easements and fiber.
Okay, so I have contacted, as you know, Tiffany Jenkins, and it did come back that it looks like there is room for a 2-inch conduit. So I contacted Steve Lewis, but he wasn't free to chat at that time, so I need to follow up with him, he knows, and so that's where I am. I did ask for recommendation of somebody to install it that would work well with the county. Ms. Jenkins said I would not make a recommendation. She did give me 2 names that I might follow up. One of the names happens to be the ones that I know when I was county commissioner we used for the county. So they're highly
Familiar.
reputable.
Yeah.
I don't know that they'll take this small job though, so with the board's support, I'm gonna contact them and see if it goes anywhere.
Sounds fantastic. And thank you for following up on this. I mean, I know that this is got a lot of different moving parts, but I think it's really important if we can has this come out?
So I also, because of this, felt that it was fairly costly, but I asked, Assistant County Prosecutor to draft, a resolution, but basically a contract that would give the road right of way that the county wants, at the price the county was offering, contingent upon the installation of, not that the county would do it, but they would allow us to put the installation in there, while they're doing the, road widening, so that we don't have to disturb people's driveways twice. And, to draft the resolution so that Delco would get the needed easement for what they want to do in compliance with the administrative code and not more. So that because they do need an easement, we do want water and we need to grant that, but we don't need to grant them everything that they asked for, which when they asked for it, they said, well, we ask everybody for this. Well, we're not everybody, and I'm not sure everybody will. Of course, they can hang if you don't do it, you don't get water.
I mean, they had already pulled that card a little bit.
Yes, but they also have to deal with the county too, and they're not gonna make the county mad. And so, I think it's reasonable, give them what they need, not more than what they need, not charge them, for what they need. And if they want more, then they can pay for it.
Very elegant solution, I think.
I think so. Thank you.
Good, it's moving along nicely. Collective bargaining.
So, we are going to meet, I believe it's Friday, and then I'll update the board after that happens.
Wonderful. So we'll keep that on for October 9th. Email, Gmail versus Outlook. So I'm Team Gmail, and our fire is Team Outlook, and therein lies the impasse.
If we got on the county system, I would be okay with Outlook, but right now, I'm happy with the Gmail.
So, and when I do the fiber optic discussion with Steve Lewis, I'm gonna talk about that.
Why don't we delay this discussion until we have concrete date of fiber, and I think that would maybe tilt us one way or another in terms of lining up.
And the thing I like about Gmail is the backup, which is, it's backed up all the time, and, if there's a problem, they'll go back to yesterday. And
I love Gmail's historical. You can see what changed when I do all my zoning storage through Gmail, and Google Business, and it's much easier to share, much easier to use.
And
I
Outlook,
understand.
the problem that I have with Outlook, because we used that for a while, is, we've got to have a server.
Well, and do remember, we will have to have a server, and so,
And that's subject to hacking and all the other stuff, whereas the Gmail, which is subject to hacking and stuff, but I wouldn't think Google wouldn't be able to go back a day and get back online real quick. Because especially would be modular.
I totally understand.
Okay.
So we'll take this off the agenda and bring it back once we have fiber updated.
So you won't be around then.
Okay. So we'll take this offline and bring it back when we have fiber. Okay. Brings us to electronic funds transfer resolutions. So we did do that. We repealed and replaced the electronic funds transfer devices last meeting. My understanding, if it's correct, which it may not be, is the next step in this is an RFP resolution in which Claudia gets RFPs from companies that can, implement this system now and do the methods that we said that we wanted.
And statutorily, we have to go through that process.
Yes, and it has to be the fiscal officer making the recommendation, according to. So, and she's aware of this. So we have already started, as you know, we have looked into a few different companies already. So Jake has sent her that information, and then you reached out to Orange, was it?
I asked Orange and Liberty if they did all that, and Liberty gave me their RFP thing that I did a while back and sent that.
Sent that to whom? Sent that to whom?
Sent that to me, I think
Oh.
specifically.
So has the prosecutor reviewed it? and sent
No.
it?
So that's what we're waiting on.
Oh, I didn't send it to him.
She
Or did I?
sent it to me
Did
and I spoke to Tony about it,
Okay.
and
And how old is this?
March,
Oh, this year?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's not, okay, so it should be,
oh wait,
No.
no,
I
no, you
just
mean the ones
Did
that,
it?
no, actually, you were asking about how old is the Orange resolution?
or Liberty.
Or Liberty.
Oh.
Yeah.
I wrote over it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I only have what,
Well, I don't need a specific, I just wondered if it was like this year, 5 years, 10 years ago.
You want me to go back through
No,
all
I-
my emails and look for it?
I wanted to know, but I don't, it's not that.
so it's an RFP for financial transaction devices, this is to get an actual company that would partner with. And then I just have what Claudia overwrote, so I don't have the initial.
That's fine.
I got it.
Because if it goes to, but I was just thinking that if it was like within a year, Tony ought to be able to turn around with that. If it's, 10 years old, well, maybe not.
So I'm gonna, it does look like, I didn't send this to Tony, looks like. Oh wait, yeah, Claudia, you did send it to Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sent it to all the trustees and Tony and Jake. So let me follow up with Tony on that, and my hope, wish, dream is to have a resolution to pass. Then she can put out the RFP, then we can figure out what company we can partner with. Because they do have the software up and running now, so I want to start using the products we're paying for and,
Yeah.
take advantage of it.
Well, and it also has its purpose, which is functional. It is.
I don't see a date on there.
Um,
It must have been done in 2020.
Okay. And then hopefully we'll have a company recommendation after that. So we're looking at doing the RFP resolution on the 9th and then maybe having something by the end of October 1st, beginning of November.
Well, they sent it to like 5 places and only 1 place responded, and that's that payroll.
Yeah, but see, I don't know about the legality of that, because when you do an RFP, if you send it to certain places, you're kind of picking the places. My thought is that before you do the RFP, you ought to tell people, hey, look at our website, because we're going to do an RFP, and then they can look, and everybody has a fair shot.
My understanding was that Payrock is already part of the program. So I don't know why we're looking for it.
So it sounds to me like it's one of those specific vendors that I always hate. Only one person can do it, so why
Well,
do you think it's so process?
Liberty does actually use, or Orange uses somebody different than Payroll. So we got 2 names from, they're using different people, and then Jake had a third. But I agree with you generally, yes. You have a couple companies you said that's out there, and that's kind of a little bit of an unfair advantage.
Here they said they use Orange uses point and pay,
Yeah.
because they mainly just government sector. They added Square, but they didn't put it out for bid. So,
Well, if you put it out for bid, I don't know if that's legal.
Well, you can review it because Tony had a,
If Tony's okay with it, then I'm okay with it.
Okay.
If he's not okay with it, I may still be okay with it.
yeah, I'll follow up with him to get that moving forward so we can keep that going. Okay, that brings us to fire. Did you want to discuss?
Yes, I did, have a discussion with Chief, and, he happens to be ill and it has needs to be, put on the next agenda, and so the board's preference, I'd like to put these on next.
Yes, that's perfectly fine. Is the assistant chief position under new hires? Or is that separate?
No, that is separate.
Okay, I would like to add the assistant chief position discussion.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Please.
Because we've gotten a lot of applications and it sounds like there's some good candidates to be able to discuss, and I'd like to see what the appetite is to move sooner than later on that position.
Excellent.
Okay, fiscal officer items.
the original certificate of estimated resources came in, and we have to accept it, and the tax rates for 20, I put 23, but it should be 24.
Do you want us to, read these numbers, or do you?
You want?
Does that include the tax increase
Yes.
from next year?
It's more than last year, so it's, looks like it. It's significantly more.
Because at the thing at the fair on Saturday,
Mhm.
what George gave us was what, $380,000 was the expected increase in general fund revenue.
So I move that we approve the official certificate of estimated resources for a total of $16,861,630.99. And the Schedule A summary of amounts required for the general property tax approved by Budget Commission and County Auditors, estimated tax rates with an inside mill of 2.10, outside 10 mil limit of 5.93.
Second.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion. Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Excellent. Renewal of bulk mail permit.
I got the bill for that, and since we're using this new printer place, they're using their own, so I just wanted to make sure you don't need this renewed. Or anybody else may want to send anything bulk mail other than the newsletter, that's all we've ever done, but I just wanted to make sure we don't need to pay for this. We're not gonna use them anymore.
I don't anticipate using them. Do you all?
I concur.
Do we need to, appropriate money for the newsletter to the other?
Oh, yeah. That's on here.
Oh,
Need to do anything for training or anything?
yeah, I think we do, but it's below. Okay, cemetery we've already covered, roads. I see Jesse sent the update at 5 o'clock today. About halfway through final mowing, foundations will be done at Cheshire Monday and Tuesday next week, approximately 10 to do as of today. Send all graves and foundations that are ready, weather permitting. Have not heard from RAR Monument on any prices yet. That's not right. You guys have heard from,
We've heard from One of the few.
Oh, you guys haven't heard from RAR, okay. Grubbs does not feel comfortable giving the quote, the trees due to, yeah, I feel like we've addressed that one. I'm okay with giving it a try in the future.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think we should.
Ron, are you able to just move forward with that then, and just select a couple of locations for a few trees to go in?
Yeah, I'll come back to you on
Okay.
it. It won't be.
And if Grubbs doesn't feel comfortable selling a few trees to us, then we can always check with a different company. Because I thought that they looked in pretty thoroughly. Jesse did a good job looking into salt tolerance
And it may be that he doesn't want to do it because it's the guarantee for a year, and so it might be he would do it without the guarantee, I don't know.
Yeah, that's possible. Ron, that might be a good thing to ask Jesse to ask Grubbs about too.
Hang on.
REA for Dale Ford. The REA for Dale Ford Road is in Ron's box.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Is that for the huge culvert?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
yes.
for the culvert and stuff. Yeah.
I have a question, while we're looking for that on Deptford Road. The outlet for the ponds for Berlin Pond, which we were all not happy with because it's larger than what it's flowing into.
Okay, you mean they're on Dale Ford Road?
Yeah. So,
And they're not done with that.
right,
And what they're going to do is to cut it, widen it out, make it so that it's, right now it's a trench. It's
right.
bucket wide, it won't be that way, it's gonna be sloped so that it should, I don't know what you call it. But they're gonna cut that out, and then what we're really concerned about is the culverts along
Yeah.
Dale Ford, under the driveways, where we put those in. And if the pond works the way it's supposed to, it shouldn't be a problem.
Well, it shouldn't until it gets really heavy rain, which is, then it'll work the way it's designed to work, which is to flood the.
But if we get a good heavy rain, the pond should hold. But when you get into the situation that the pond is full, then it goes into an overflow situation.
Exactly.
That's not a normal occurrence, and there's supposed to be enough water containment in the pond for 100-year rain.
Okay.
So it should be okay, but there's a situation which who knows what could happen, but it could go in the overflow. If it gets into that overflow in the pond, then it's gonna overflow that ditch and it's gonna flood Dale Ford Road and all that.
Exactly, which I don't find acceptable.
Well,
So it seems
but
to me,
then what do? You pick.
okay, so it seems to me the solution is that they have to, do, widening down flow. I don't know really what that's called, but if they're feeding 12 inches, I don't know the sizing, but if they're feeding 12 inches into a 10 inch, it isn't gonna work.
That's right.
And,
But
they should have to widen the 10 inches. I'm not saying they shouldn't build it to the specifications the county is requiring
the pipe from the pond should never run full,
until you get the 101st year.
which goes over the overflow.
Right,
Then you will be flooded all over the township in that case.
right, but it's going to be, you see, and that's why it's particularly bad, is because the ditch is already gonna be full. And then you're putting this excess water into an area that was built for a lesser flow. And so I'm just not really okay with this. And I don't know if we have the authority to make anything happen. If we do, we should make it happen. If we don't, we're gonna have to live with it.
Yeah, I can ask the questions and see where we can get to on it, but the thing that I've gotten in the past is that the overflow is, if it goes over the overflow, all bets are off as far as being able to control the water.
And I totally get that, but they're designing a
Yeah,
disaster.
so, yeah, it's in the design is the flaw, not in the catastrophe. So we need to be able to build it to what it needs to be able to do to flow. But we're essentially going to create
A flood over Danforth
a
Road.
greater likelihood by going from the larger to the smaller.
Every pond we got is in the same situation.
Well,
Is it?
well, I don't know that I would totally agree, because if it goes into the, I'll call it a creek. In my words, it's not an official creek, but if it went right into the creek, it would flow down that into Allen Creek.
I'm familiar with the pond on, Berlin Manor back behind my house.
Yeah.
Okay, there's
Yeah.
a pond there, similar to the one that we're talking about there. It's got a flow of water that comes out of a big pipe, but it never that pipe never gets full. Where the
So
water's
far.
coming out, it's there to pass twigs and limbs and stuff like that, so it doesn't lock up, doesn't plug up. But it's made to pass, and it goes down the stream. The stream that was there, and that's on my property, used to, whenever it would rain, it would get full. I mean, the stream would get a lot fuller than it ever gets down. Doesn't matter what kind of rain I get the same flow of water down that stream. But if I get into a situation where it's into the overflow, because there is an overflow there, it's just gonna flood everything that's around it. But in the
So,
3 years it's been in there, we've not had an overflow.
so here's the thing, is if the county is consistently causing a problem, doesn't mean we should say, oh, they consistently did it, so it's okay. We should get it so that it doesn't. And it's not that the overflow system is what's at fault, it's where it flows to from that matters. Okay, but I have a second, so you understand the issue.
I understand what's going on.
So-
I'll ask the question, see if there's anything we can do.
If we have any authority, if we don't have the authority, we don't have it. But what I would say is that when we go to, if we ever widen Danforth Road in the future, we would be able to put that in the, OPWC, and
Sure.
that would help us, I think. Okay, the second thing is more of a zoning, on that pipe. And that is, so the way it's worded may not have been what was intended, but I believe we said inlets and outlets of the pond have to have that, stone or stone-like. And so I'm wondering if that should have a nice, pretty face on it.
I don't think it should, because that's the outlet from it, that's the head wall.
So,
Inlet and outlet, is that?
so
what
it depends on how it
is
was
that-
worded, because we sometimes are squishy on that. And
Well,
so-
that was, yeah, we were,
So if you don't mind asking, Jake.
yeah,
That's the head wall that should have that. And I'll ask the other question, I'll go to the county engineer on it.
and this is Berlin Farms West.
Right, but I'll tell you, if you don't mind, while you're discussing that with Jake, I think that, is it Pipe Preserve East? Is that what that's called?
At, Holland, around Hollenbach and Pyatt. Condos.
No, I'm talking about,
North of Cheshire.
yeah,
Jesse emailed and said, the developer is waiting on a gas line to be lowered to fix the outlet.
what do you say?
Where was it? I'm sorry.
It's north of Cheshire Road on the east side.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think those ponds have the stone look.
That was done a while ago. Did you guys?
I did not see that on. I did not see it. And
Cause I
looked
didn't
fairly
vote on
recently.
that. I didn't vote on Pipe Preserve.
Right. But I believe it was to be
But you
done.
guys had the language in there?
I believe.
Because I felt like we were kind of figuring out that language, and Berlin Farms was kind of the first one that we really.
Mine was the first one that was done, wasn't it?
No, you guys have
No,
requested
it was-
it.
It
You
was,
guys have requested it, but there wasn't, we've been very consistent with the language.
but there was language I know on Berlin Manor, on Old Harbor, and that one I don't think is done yet either. The Old Harbor East or whatever that is. The first Old Harbor did not happen,
Mhm.
but the second
Good.
did.
Or East.
Is that what it's called, Old Harbor East? Or, I don't know, it's the second.
It's the second phase.
And you're asking about head wolves specifically, and that's outlet?
Yes, but I do believe that the wording was refined, and so he's gonna have to look at each individual.
We had a,
And that has bounds to the Old Harbor new section that I have not seen.
Okay.
when you're talking about Old Harbor, we got a little screw up there, I think, where the people came, they got a permit for putting in a driveway, and then they went off and put in the driveway. Didn't bother to call and ask for an inspection, so the driveway got put in without being inspected. What they got was a permit to do it without the inspection. And Jesse was asking me, do we go back to them, tear it out, or what do we do?
Was it built right?
Hmm?
Is it built right? I mean, if it's
Well, that's-
built right.
That's the part we don't know. And
Oh,
so what I asked him to do is there a way for him to go and figure out, what was there? Maybe they took some pictures and that. So we're trying to find out what's going on. We don't have any way to say that, how much concrete they put in and that sort of stuff.
You know what would be really nice would be like some kind of infographic regarding driveways, here's what you do, get the permit,
Mhm.
get the inspection.
Mhm.
Good job, you move forward, you're good.
well, but there's also issues in that I think there's a problem, and I don't know the solution. But they get the permit, it's installed right, and then they drive heavy trucks on it, and all of a sudden the pipe goes like that, and it's totally useless.
Yeah, that's a different problem. That's not you didn't follow the right process problem.
Well,
That's-
except for maybe our process is flawed in that they can put in a pipe that can go like that.
Yeah,
So maybe we need to change the materials that's required,
or maybe we need to educate them as well.
or have the inspection after the house is built.
Well, but then you don't see how the driveway,
No, I mean, they don't put in the culvert
Oh.
until the house is built.
yeah.
Well, the house, that's the way they typically do it, is they put the driveway in last because they don't want to have to fix the driveway up near the house anymore. They're the road.
But there's many times it's not, because I
I know.
Well, and maybe it's like an education bit, and don't forget, once you have this in, don't run heavy trucks over it, or you can break your driveway.
or have to have another inspection, which I don't know if we are legally allowed to do or not.
Yeah.
But the point is that you want a culvert that works. I mean, you're not doing it to irritate somebody, and it's not to get a permit.
Well, that's what I'm saying, a lot of it might just be not, lack of knowledge. Like, I don't think.
I
as
think that a lot of
builder-
builders have a lack of care.
Well,
Because
the
the
builder.
homeowner is
the
stuck
homeowner-
with it, but
Yeah.
the builder because most homeowners don't really know how.
Yeah, but I know if I was educated
Cut
to
every
say,
corner.
hey, if you put this in now, and you have a heavy truck, you could break your driveway.
Yeah,
And the homeowners would not want that.
But the homeowner doesn't come and get the permit, the builder comes and
Yeah.
gets the permit, so the homeowner never sees it.
Right. For the most part, yeah. Yeah, okay. So we have an REA,
Here's the area.
okay. Do we have a motion? We need a
Make a
motion?
motion that we approve the REA for Dale Road culvert extension.
And
Second. Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair, discussion.
okay, so is this,
We did one on the east side of the road, this is for the west side.
so this is for them actually to do the work, it's not to say what work needs to be done?
It's to give us a quote for doing the work there, yeah. So they've got to tell us what they're gonna do and that sort of thing. It would possibly be them doing it, or we could get something else.
Okay, because the way it's worded, it says extended culvert to allow safe roadway, which is our goal, but they're not actually doing, we're asking for a quote.
The engineering of it.
Understood.
Okay, any
So that we could, if we
further
could find another
discussion?
contractor, we can go.
Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
see, this is the fund I was talking about, this.
Oh, yeah,
It's, but that's made up of money that we put into it from the general
mm-hmm. Do you mean
fund. That
this?
goes to Claudia, and so does this. Okay, today, and I think going back to the roads, Doug, Jesse and I went around and put together a list of roads to put into the road improvement program for 2024. And Jesse's gonna put that together, we'll get it to Doug, Doug knows what we're trying to do. It's gonna be the west, or the Winter Street and a couple streets there in Cheshire around the
Right.
building. And what we're looking at is probably paving those 3 or 4 inches there.
Right,
To be able to get the roads up to where they won't be standing in water. And then we're probably gonna have to come back a little later and figure out how to get the water into the ditches.
great. I think that's fantastic. And I was sent a picture a couple weeks ago,
Can I see that?
of it still flooding in that area, so.
That'll be in that project. We also went around and looked at several other roads. That's the big project we're gonna do, plus we got a lot of crack sealing we're trying to get done. And the person that does the crack sealing, Doug's been pushing, and Orange has been pushing, everybody's been pushing, but he just didn't have workers to get the work done that he's trying to get done. So we're trying to figure out some way to handle it.
So we had talked earlier about ranking the needs of the roads so that we could kind of.
We haven't done that yet.
But that's coming before we vote on the.
We've got a list like that we've had for a while.
Yeah.
And it just needs to be updated.
Right, right. And
And we went and looked at Sweeney Road and several other roads, and then we looked at the railroad tracks there. County and the city are both trying to help us to get
Yeah, that's-
CSX to do some work there.
railroad tracks are bad.
But the recommendation of the county engineer, don't do anything because we don't have the authority to do it. There's a place on Glen Road right next to the railroad tracks, it's the railroad owns. Where the road settled a little bit, we get phone calls on that.
so if we could get them to put that in writing so that we're not because we're following their recommendation.
Mhm.
And I want that, I'm not saying they're wrong, I'm just
Sure.
saying I want them to
I can ask
own
them.
what they're
I can ask
saying
them to do
so that, so that we're not liable.
Mhm.
Because I tell people what you're saying and I totally believe it and they don't.
You got something on paper you can show them that says, they told us not to do this.
Yes.
Read it yourself.
Yes. Because I don't want to because we incur liability doing something that we shouldn't have done just as well as not doing something that we should have done.
And drove across the curve road and looking at it more closely than just driving across it. The railroad track crossings are really getting pretty bad.
Well, see, here's another issue, which, I was not opposed to, and I think it's a good thing, is filling in that ditch at Sweeney and Curve on the west side. But the problem is people think that's a road now and not just a ditch. And because it's at such an angle, they're thinking, well, this is really the road. And so, so that's settling in. So I don't know if we need to put some dirt in there or,
Well, see if I can get Doug to put it in writing. If he can't put it in writing, I can put in writing what he told us and send it to him.
there you go.
So I can document what was said.
And then if he disagrees with what you're saying, then there you go. I like it.
So we can do that. We can do it. I'll talk to him, see if he'll do it in writing. If he won't, I'll just write it up as a this was our conversation.
This is
our
my
second
understanding.
Conversation, that's what we're doing.
I also have here interviewed the candidate for roads, and you have the info.
Yeah, I want to interview him, and I would like to have the authority to be able to conditionally offer him a position if things look correct, or at least able to make him an offer and see how he responds to it. Can't offer him, or can't do the job of hiring him, but I will do that at the next meeting. But all I want to do is to be able to keep the process moving forward.
I'm in favor of supporting whatever you recommend, but we need the start date and amount, so do whatever you feel comfortable with as far as moving forward, but, we can take action as a board.
And I would agree, based on his application, that pending a successful interview with you, that you give him a conditional offer and bring that to us.
And I like that, road department guys have, interviewed him and are familiar with him.
Good.
And, this is coming recommended by our people in-house, so, I would just like the ability to make an offer for a full-time position in the road department as a road worker. So I don't want to mention the name, because it's not.
I don't think that we should do a motion without a name, start date, or the amount.
Pardon?
I don't think we should do an actual motion without the name, start date, or amount.
But I think that you've gotten clear direction.
But yeah, you have
Yeah.
consensus from
I
us.
just want the direction
We don't
to
need
be able
to,
to keep it going.
yeah, absolutely. You
What I
have,
don't want to do is come back and be told, you can't hire anybody. That sort of.
No,
Yeah,
we're
we've
good.
got sufficient budget,
Okay, that's right.
and there you have it.
And they have a need, and it's really good that they brought forward that recommendation, so that's fantastic.
I have a question. Are we still having the fall roads meeting on October 19th?
No,
We did it today with Doug, Jesse and I did it today.
that was deferred over to,
We'll do it.
Trustee Bowler for the fall, and then we'll all do it together in the spring, right? Oh, yeah, I think you were out that meeting, yeah.
Okay, as long as you all are happy, I'm happy, I'll hire.
We have
And then,
consensus.
at the organizational meeting, we'll set the date for the spring meeting.
That sounds perfect.
Okay. And then, one of the things that I had talked about in the past was, maybe looking at some multi-use paths that were gravel rather than, blacktop. And, the question was, you wanted one to be able to look at. And what I'm thinking of, or what my thoughts were, is, at Gallon Park, Buttermilk Hill Parkway, or Buttermilk Hill Road, north of Delaware. There's a park there, and there's several trails in there that was done by Preservation Parks. I'd like you to look at and see what you think, and then we can ask, the Preservation Parks people how that's working out for them, that sort of stuff, just to see.
Yeah, I'm happy to check that out. I did have a conversation, with, Morpsey about that. I mean, one of the major issues is that they are not ADA compliant. And so I wouldn't want any of our prioritized pathways to not be ADA compliant.
Sure.
But maybe there's some other tentacles where that does make sense. That is a cheaper option. It's easier to maintain.
What it would do is, it would kind of set a standard for the homeowners association or the developers that want to do private ones within a development if they wanted to do that.
Yeah, I kind of am not leaning towards that direction within an HOA. I guess it depends on the development. Because we do have a number of families that are, differently abled. And I don't want to create subdivisions with different standards and not have some subdivisions where ADA compliance does matter and,
Sure.
opportunities
But
are there.
take a look at those and see what you think.
Yeah. Oddly,
and
I would be more
and
in favor of not having the trails at all than having non-ADA compliant trails.
Huh.
Yeah, in subdivisions. Because you're not really connecting it to a broader community, it's kind of insular to,
I have to think it through.
it feels like it's a fairness thing,
I have to-
it's an
I have to think it through.
equitability thing. Yeah, but I'll definitely check it out, and
And it was brought to my attention today that we got a phone call last winter from a lady that was walking her dog and she was complaining because we had to plow the multi-use path. We said, that's a homeowners association's problem, we plow the path. And she said, well, what she did is she took her dog for a walk and the dog kind of slipped on the ice and she didn't want to break its leg or something like that on the ice. And we explained that it was part of the homeowners association responsibility. She said, well, the homeowners association said it's township's responsibility. I said, no. But look at, and it may be more of the preservation parks that has those. And it may not just be limited to Gallup Park, but I saw it at Gallup Park.
yeah, I think it's definitely worth looking into.
And that's all I got on roads department right now.
Okay. Trustee items, I had a resignation from Parks and Trails, and I had one a while back that I cannot recall if I have brought forward to the board or not. So I'll just do both of them at the same time. Move to accept the resignation of Mark Rowden and Eileen Falls from the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee, effective immediately, and declare the positions vacant.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, and that would be with regret on both accounts. To accept, and please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rao,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other item, I wish that I had it, but I mentioned earlier that Morpsey did a presentation on their final results, it's a full report, they did a great job. We discussed it as Parks and Trails Committee last week, and so as soon as I get that report, I want to forward it to you all. I want to have a conversation about it and talk about different, if we have different impressions, different perspectives, and potentially utilize that as, if not an addendum to the comp plan, because we already passed that, incorporating it into the zoning resolution in some capacity. So I'll forward that to you also. Money for the newsletter.
In May, or April, May, we paid $26,1146, so I don't know.
And do you have a vendor?
Days Quality Printing,
So I move that we approve appropriation of $3,000 to Bayes.
All in front.
Holy permit.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please go roll.
O'Brien, Rao,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
And does the newsletter look okay to everyone?
So,
I had edits that I provided that I still would like to see, so you can read my handwriting.
okay, so, any edits that are not done by noon tomorrow will run. So,
you see what I have here as far as the edits. Did you want that to say O'Brien or Fire?
okay, so, this has changed. Because this used to have your name, didn't it?
Yes, so on Friday, she was having an issue with getting your information to show up, so we moved my stuff over here, but Jake was actually the one who
Okay,
wrote
so-
these articles,
so-
so then I edited it and set updates.
Okay, so, because I was going to make that point, is that these are all, in my view, a collaborative effort. And so I did not do bylines. So it wasn't by, because this is from multiple people.
Mhm.
So it was updates from me, and updates from trustee board, knowing that it wasn't authored.
Yes, but this is so different from my wording that I don't want it to be reflective of my wording.
Okay, and so the other thing that I wanted to do
It's
was.
fine, but it's just different than what
And I get that. But what I wanted to do was to have continuity, so that if it was from one trustee, that all three of us had it, I'm kind of, I don't want to leave one trustee out, I'd rather change that mine to updates from fire, but are you okay from updates from?
With it, okay, and I don't care how, whether it's like that or not, but my view of it is, if the resident has a question about what's in there, they can call me because they know it came from me. Or if they found something that was in one of yours, they can call you and say, what do you mean by that?
I understand.
But
that's-
I take a different approach to this because I put in the zoning inspector's email.
Sure.
Because if you have a question on zoning, we have to get out of them coming directly to us on everything all the time.
Oh,
We
yes.
have to utilize our
Agreed.
infrastructure and push them to go through the appropriate channels to encourage them to find, Jesse for roads,
Mhm.
Larry or Tim for cemetery, Jake for
And
zoning,
that's why we got all the phone numbers and stuff on the front page.
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm disinclined now more so to say it's from you or me or you, because it really should be going to Jesse, Jake, or fire.
So do you want updates from Jake?
No.
Okay,
I like the subject, so I'm okay with fire department.
I like department.
Yeah, that's fine, from zoning department.
Mhm.
And then, do you speak to cemetery and roads in this?
Roads department, cemetery, I don't know that there's a whole lot of cemetery.
Why is, when we have this, we have some spacing issues. Do you want this to be a separate paragraph altogether?
See, I had fixed
Yeah,
that.
I
and
want
it-
that to be separate.
Okay, so you want it as a separate paragraph? Should
Well,
it end in?
it's the same thing about, I don't want the kids playing out by the road because they can get hurt, that's all I'm saying.
See, this third request, this and this go together.
Mm-hmm.
So this shouldn't be separated like that.
Mm-hmm.
It should either start the third request, it should be like third, second, first, right? And have each request be a new line.
That is not the format that I had it was altogether, but, whatever you want, trustee Bullard, I'll do, but
Do you wanna have it like
But that's not okay.
first starts right here, second, so they start their own line?
What I was trying to do was to break up different topics, because there's a couple of things to cover.
Do you focus at all on cemeteries here?
No, I don't.
Okay, so we'll just do from roads department.
That's fine.
Let me go with that.
I
Roads
didn't hear,
There's no cemetery items addressed, so just roads.
with an apostrophe? Or S apostrophe?
No, it's multiple roads. It's not possessive.
This should get the
It's the
same answer.
department, though,
This should get the same answers from
It's
just as
multiple
they got from me.
roads,
yes.
so it's still no apostrophe.
So, I'm making an assumption as
Flip it the
part of
other
a
way.
sentence.
Department of Roads,
Of the roads.
the roads department. So you wouldn't have an apostrophe. The roads aren't the possessor of it.
No, but the road supervisor, and so I'm putting another word in there that's assumed.
That's presumptuous. I think it's multiple roads. You're over multiple roads. You're not over.
Yeah, but it's not coming from the roads, it's coming from the superintendent of the roads.
But it's the roads department. How about this? I will defer to you, sir. And if we get feedback on the apostrophe placement of the roads department, I'm gonna defer the question over to you.
I might change it, update from the roads superintendent.
But it's not, he wrote it. And it would make inconsistency between department.
That one is. a little-
Yeah.
I do like parallel. Okay, thank you. any other additional, put on the table before noon? But I-
Just, I want this font larger, and then you can take all that out.
Did you write this one?
Yes,
Okay, so you just want this to be the size that makes sense.
yeah, and so you can take this whole thing out.
Got it.
And then resident pro tip, this box can be bigger, and
Are you sure
yeah,
that it will not, that?
it will not destroy the layout. How about this, either the box, because look at how much room.
I understand that, I'm just wanting,
Either make the box bigger, or remove some of the wording and make the font bigger. As
that,
it
okay,
looks.
I got it. So I've got some latitude,
Yeah.
because yes,
Got it, okay. All right,
I just don't want it delayed because of,
fair. And it probably should be Times New Roman and not Calibri. For this. To make it consistency. And sans serif is easier to read for reading differences.
I like Courier for that reason, but what was I'm not familiar with them,
Calibri,
no. Sorry.
Times New Roman, sans serif. Sans serif, there's a bunch of fonts underneath that.
Okay,
Just
so,
Times New Romans.
that's the one I actually use.
Yeah.
I did my major pictures in that.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Well, I did, okay. Another topic.
Okay. All right.
And I wrote an article a little bit about walking around the roundabouts and that sort of stuff.
Did you get cut?
Pardon?
Did you get cut?
No, that's in the roundabouts.
Okay.
It's on the last page.
But today, on our road tour, we saw something a little bit different, which was rather interesting. The peanut there by the high school,
Mhm.
it was car parked in the,
Oh, on Friday, where cars park
Oh, yes, I was gonna make mention of that. So.
on
Berlin-
the hill of the bird, you're like, how did you even?
I don't know.
I guess this is why you buy the SUV.
But the Berlin Middle School was, now the front, I don't know if they blocked off the back because there wasn't anybody in the back. But they were in the soccer and they were lined along Pine Road all the
Yeah,
way
all the way.
to Glen Mead.
Yeah.
And
In the grass.
yeah, and sometimes they were double parked.
Yeah.
So when we come to the zoning resolution, the parking necessary for a high school is insufficient in our, because if you read it, they have far more than what's required in our zoning text.
That's remarkable.
And the elementary, they only have to have, I think something like 1.5 spaces per classroom.
Per class?
Per classroom. And so when it's parent-teacher conference night, totally insufficient.
Mhm.
Which is a safety issue because
Absolutely.
they're parked like what they were on Friday night.
Yeah.
Okay, but also, they're not gonna like this, but a solution that I have is I think they need a stop sign on that. Because during the football game, it wasn't working right. And so,
You don't get a break for somebody else to come in from a different direction.
yeah, so you almost need a stop sign.
The visibility is problematic at night too there.
Yeah, and it was a nighttime thing. I hadn't thought about that, but maybe it is a nighttime.
Yeah, because unlike with the roundabout, you don't see the cars as quickly when they're coming around where they're.
Well, in the most important place.
Yeah.
Because they, and I told this to Tiffany Jenkins, the way they're designed, because on a roundabout, you know where the car is gonna go because of the way the wheels are. But in a peanut, that's not true. When they're going this way, you first have to go this way. And people think, oh, you're gonna go that way. And I definitely look at those tires to determine where these people are going. And then all of a sudden I have to slam on my brakes because they go from this way to that way. But now that I know it, I don't get myself in that situation, but.
This car was parked,
In the middle.
On the
apron.
On the elevated concrete part.
Yeah, on the apron part, but not, it was on Peanut, but it was on the part where vehicles could, big vehicles
Overdrive, yeah.
would would use the apron.
The non-sidewalk
Not the narrow part, the sidewalk part, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
So what was Doug's reaction?
Oh, that was some, and what it was, what we really figured out was it was suburban, and suburban was running a gas line up through there, and they didn't have room place to park their cars alongside the road, so they parked there. Anyhow, that's what was going on.
okay, so no parking.
I was gonna say, it does not say no parking.
Maybe we need a no parking sign there. No walking, no parking,
No driving.
no driving, unless you hear a big vehicle running over.
And another rule thing that you might be interested in is all roads in Ohio, if they're not posted, are 55-mile speed limits.
Right.
Everybody, I think, knows that.
Outside the municipality, inside it's 50.
And the Pyatt Road there by the high school has a yellow 45-mile-an-hour sign on it. But that doesn't mean it's 45-mile-an-hour speed limit.
No, it'd be 55.
It's 55. And we don't want to get it to a 45 or 35 because when it turns into a through road going from Cheshire or from 36, 37 to Lewis Center Road, they're going to want the 55.
Right.
But when they get down to Orange Township and really Berlin Township, where Evans Farms is, it'll be a platted subdivision and it can be
Right.
some other speed limit.
Well, there is just that little section at Glen Mead that is platted, so that we have authority to change. Because it is a platted subdivision.
I don't know that was, yeah, there is that was platted as part of that subdivision. I don't know.
I don't really want to go there.
We want to go there.
No, it's a fact that I'm not trying to
And
use.
have you noticed that the school put a sidewalk along the south side of Glen Mead? It's on the elementary school side of there, so kids can walk along, get to the school.
And they got the trail down.
Now, when you say south side,
South side of the road. On the ball diamond side of the road, there's a multi-use path along there.
They got the multi-use path that they had planned to go from Cheshire to middle school. Middle school to the parking lot of the high school.
and you're saying they painted stripes?
No, it's up where a sidewalk would be.
Okay.
They finished it, there was about, what, 100-foot section that wasn't gonna be done, and they went ahead and.
Okay, so that's not what I thought you were saying. I thought you were saying they put a walkway on the road.
No, it's not on the road, it's on the south side of the road.
Well, that's a good thing,
Not the,
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing overall.
because what I said earlier, that is where kids from the high school run all the way to Cheshire Road and back. And
well, and the kids that use the park and stuff can use that. They don't have to walk on the sidewalk on the north side of the road and then cross over by the school.
And I have seen exactly at that little intersection, a kid on a little tricycle, so you want to be careful because you know how kids are on tricycles. The parent was there, but you know, a kid on a tricycle is still a kid on a tricycle.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Okay, moving along. Township administrator, so I had this on here. Going from our prior discussion about the township operations specialist and really wanting to look at more of a full-time management position that could potentially evolve into a township administrator. I wanted to just have this conversation because I really think that we need to build in some more structure around some of the things that in almost all the other townships now around us that are our townships population growth, they have multiple layers. And I'm not saying that we need multiple layers, but I think that we need some additional help to keep things moving along with all of the multitude of projects that we have going on. So I'm bringing this up now. I don't know if we want to pursue basically a township operations specialist full-time or a township manager full-time now. Or if we want to try to pursue posting for an administrator and see if we can get somebody highly qualified and experienced knowing that we'll probably have to wait for a while for something like that, but have it open and there in case the right opportunity comes up.
So I see them as two different positions,
Mhm.
and I see either one filled, but I don't really see both of them filled.
Yeah. Well, and the idea to me about the township manager is maybe somebody comes in that is not as experienced and then grows over time into a township administrator. So I agree with you. I don't see needing two, but I do think there's benefits to having maybe less experience in a full-time manager. But I also think that there are distinct benefits to having a township administrator and having, and kind of building up around the township administrator and having the department heads reporting up and working with the board very closely. So I can see us going either direction, and I didn't know if you guys have appetite or for one over the other or either at this time.
Well, what I am more into is the proper candidate in the position than the position. So if we have somebody who would make an excellent administrator, I'd say let's have an excellent administrator. But I'm not into having, we have an administrator
Good enough.
position on,
Yeah,
and this one is good enough that we can.
Yeah.
No, I'm not into that. So if we've got a good candidate for either position, I'm okay with that. But it's the person that's.
filling it and their qualifications
Right.
and yeah.
Because the issue, if you have somebody that's okay, well, you don't get rid of them, but it's not.
Yeah, and they'd have to check, a lot of boxes for administrator. I'd want zoning experience, I'd want legal experience, and they're paid and widespread across townships because some are demonstrably more qualified in certain areas than others.
Right, and that doesn't mean they're not all good people.
Oh, yeah, I'm just talking about qualifications and the range.
Right.
So,
And the expectations is different.
I'm all for a township administrator, for sure. A manager, I could understand. The thing about a township administrator is, he holds a certain, or he or she holds a certain person, position within the community of the county and that sort of stuff. And we need to make sure that we got that person installed on the table, meetings and everything else. And we need to pay for it. It's gonna cost a lot.
Right, but they have to be a self-starter that can do all sorts of things.
Yes.
So it's not an easy.
it's not, and so that's why I wanted to talk about potentially posting it, knowing that it may take a while before there is a qualified candidate that we would say absolutely. You're talking about, you have certain gems to these townships. You look at the payment for, Orange, Berkshire, Liberty, and, a good administrator can be worth their weight, in
Right, and a
terms
bad
of-
one can cost
But
a
a bad
lot.
one can be very bad, and so, I would want to take our time and
But-
wait on the right candidates.
But with that, I would be okay of having the more manager person. But then I don't want to have both.
Yeah, I agree with that, so I wonder if maybe we post for an administrator, kind of shoot for what the ideal state would be. And then if we get people who are maybe qualified to be more of a manager but not an administrator, we can talk through those specific applications at that time. If you could see somebody growing into it, but they're not qualified now, and they would,
But it wouldn't, okay, so I like that, but I don't want to plant the expectation that they would necessarily graduate to it. So that if they don't graduate to it, it's not put down on their skills as being a manager. Because they could still be an excellent manager without having, because they're actually different skill sets.
they are, insofar as to me, a township administrator is like the COO,
Right.
not the CEO.
Right.
Board is the CEO.
Right.
Okay.
Totally agree.
Um,
But you could
And
have
then
somebody who is
managers.
an excellent manager who does not have the particular
Yeah.
skill.
more people oriented, more,
Able to communicate more effectively at a higher level, they may not have that skill, but that doesn't mean that they didn't do an excellent job of being a manager.
And, yeah, that's fair. So that's a little bit trickier than, I'm glad we talked this out.
I agree with you, Ken, and the one thing I would say is I don't want to hire somebody just so that we can get them, and then think that we can train them off,
No,
because.
Yeah.
So that's why I actually agree, you won't believe this, on the money, because you're paying for that skill. You're not paying for the development of that skill.
That's right.
And we'll have to pay through the nose to get the skill.
Mhm.
And you can start it, but if they have the manager skills, they might turn into a junior. They might, but I don't want to plant the expectation you shall graduate. You do these things and you will become that, because they may not have that specific skill set. And I don't want them to feel that they failed
yeah,
when they were
And that-
excellent at their.
at that job and at
Yes.
that role, and that makes perfect sense, so. Anyway, well, let me put a little bit more thought into this and maybe bring something forward as a recommendation to next meeting. I completely agree. I mean, township administrator to me is not like a growth path. It's like you're at an apex in your career.
Right.
You have your experience, you have your education, you have everything that you need to be successful. But there are some key aspects to an administrator, particularly our flavor and variety in Berlin, that I want to see, which is, extensive zoning experience writing resolutions, experience, managing projects and being able to really stay on top of multiple, multitasking on any given day. I would prefer that over maybe some townships focus more on like economic development or, or the management HR side of things. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm more.
Although I would want them to be competent in those things.
Yes, absolutely competent, but not their area of specialization
Understood.
necessarily. So I would be looking for somebody who's been an HR manager for 25 years. I'd be looking for somebody who's, maybe been a paralegal or done zoning or those kinds of things, more
Well-
technical.
Well, what I find is that age is not particularly indicative of the skill set that we're going to be looking for in this job. Because there will be some people who are 27 years old that have those skills, and people who are 70 years old that have those skills. So I'm not, the length of the experience isn't necessarily indicative of.
But
the
that there
skill.
is demonstrable success.
Oh, absolutely. But I saw that at county. We hired somebody very young, very successful. Hire somebody very young, not. Somebody older, same thing. One successful and one, I don't want to say unsuccessful, but they just put in their time, and they were competent, but that's not what we're seeking.
No. Okay.
Will the budget, excuse me, I'm sorry, go ahead. Will the budget handle this without us making sacrifices in other areas?
In my opinion, the township has money to be able to support this kind of effort. It's all about, to me, personnel is all about the return on investment. What you get in, you get out for what you put in. So if we're looking to add more roads crew because we have a need, we're looking to add more zoning staff because we have a need. And we have been buried in projects that are not going away, and they're not going to go away. And we keep pace, and for where we're at as a township, other townships have administrators, have staff, have these positions filled, have multiple departments. So I think the time is right and the opportunities now to be able to look at our growth trajectory in that way. All right. Zoning department, welcome sign for township zoning. I thought we've already dealt with this. Are the signs ordered?
I just assumed it had something to do with the green signs.
Yeah, this is we have worked with Jesse, all the zoning enforced signs. I think that we allocated the funds. We agreed on the design. Is there anything else that you guys need for this to move forward?
Not this, but it dropped my memory.
We were just gotta get the artwork and we'll,
I think we have it, right?
so as soon as we get exactly what we want, send it clean, they'll give it to us.
I think that we've done that, right?
I
And then
thought,
they,
I know we agreed at the last meeting to spend the money and that sort of stuff.
yeah.
But I.
And then he brought the mock-up and we said that the mock-up looked good.
But the mock-up isn't the size that we wanted, is it?
Oh, okay, there's two sizes. There's the
We
12 by 18.
wanted the bigger one,
Mhm.
and that one we didn't have the artwork for, or he didn't have a mock-up of it, or that.
Okay,
He didn't have the mock-up back of the bigger one.
okay. Well, I'll let them make it order as long as there's
Okay.
no blurriness to the,
I'll talk with him
18 by
about it, see
24.
what
I
that
think it
is.
was, yeah. Okay. So that job, Jeremy?
yes, on signs, road signs. So I was looking at subdivisions, perhaps Mariners and, let me see, Meadows of Cheshire, Meadows of Cheshire. So those road signs are older and they're on the wooden posts. So when we get the new signs, are we putting them on the new posts? Breakaway light, or are we
I
putting
think
them on the wood?
all we got is signs. We just got signs, we didn't get posts.
Okay.
And the posts that we've been using for that sort of stuff is the J channels, or the U-shaped channels. We can put them on those metal ones.
But we'll continue to put them on the wood ones. If the woods are in good shape. Okay. And so did we determine whether the county is using capital and lowercase?
With the what now?
The county is using capital and lowercase, or are they doing all caps? Because I wanted to do what the county did.
I don't know, the signs are all done. We got the signs here, we're
Okay.
putting them up, we're up on them.
So did we get the entire township signs, or just a third of them?
Is the road signs, the individual road signs, do we have those or not?
We have some, I don't think we have all of them, I think we just got what was needed replaced.
So for the ones that we have not gotten yet, if we could do whatever the county is doing on those signs, is what I would prefer to do.
We've been putting up as we got time.
But now a third of them are gonna be one font, potentially, and a third. a different-
Hopefully they're the same.
Yeah. But if they're not,
Well, I'm telling you my preference, and then you guys can decide.
well, let's just find out if they're the same.
Yeah, I'll bring a sign for,
No, I mean,
No,
the
that's what's
county
not, yeah.
Yeah.
Would that be done? Would be done.
Yeah, I think Doug would know, wouldn't he?
we'll put a sign on the table on there too that you can look at, that we've got completed.
Well, it doesn't matter what is completed, it's just compared to what the county has, and if the county has something different, then the question would be, should we defer and change all the rest of them to what the county has, or should we keep the township one the way the township has been
Try to
doing?
get the answer on
Yeah,
that. Okay, I understand.
Was it just that it was easier to read if they were all capital?
I think they did a study that showed that capital and lowercase is actually easier to read. I read that somewhere recently, but I don't know where, and I don't know that it's a peer reviewed, but I believe that the study showed that capital and lowercase is easier to read.
that's how it looks on, so very friendly and welcoming and easy to read.
Yes, but I don't think that's how we word the current ones.
Oh, for the street signs, okay. Compared to what the county has, I'm fine with it, as long as there's, either way, there creates inconsistency, which is. a
Well,
problem.
that's the issue, is, so hopefully they're the same.
Okay, future meetings.
Nothing until this next one.
Great.
That sounds good for me. Unusual.
I have RPC. Thursday.
Does Jake still go to them as well?
No.
Or only when?
Only when I need. So I forgot about 1 week, it was an odd week.
Fair week
Yeah.
changes it.
Mhm. No, it wasn't fair, it was not, but, so all that. Late items. Or did you have anything to raise?
Well, I have collective bargaining because
The, open house, we're gonna do hot dogs again this year.
yes, and I still owe you for last year.
No, what I was gonna do was just leave it, and I won't participate this year, but I'll be there,
That's fair, that's fair.
okay?
You were going to purchase them, weren't you? And then I'll.
Did I actually say that?
You did say that.
Okay, if I did say that, then yeah.
You did not my selection last
Oh, yeah, yeah.
year.
Well, and based on the fact that we had so many leftovers,
Yeah,
we
we
could
don't
probably
have-
just thaw them out.
I would
I know.
suggest Costco form, if you want to do that.
I'll do 100% beef dogs somewhere. I'll find a deal.
Well, I did notice that Costco was a little more reasonable. GFS is just kind of so ridiculous.
GFS.
But
And my wife's coming,
Oh, really?
if they're kosher.
Kosher.
but remember with the population, I think we use beef.
Yeah. I wanted to do veggie dogs last year and I was shamed out.
Well, veggie dogs are something different.
I'll have some variety for,
So just let me know
okay.
and
Let me write down
Thank
hot
you.
dogs here. And then the buns and condiments too.
you find that you don't go through as many comments as you might think.
I know, I was a little disturbed by how little relish was used last year.
I know, I like relish too, but especially kids, they like their ketchup.
And then, Berlin and mustard.
I like mustard, but I like kids don't.
No, yeah. And then the Berlin, AP
yeah.
Social Studies.
How's that? When
I don't know, I was gonna reply and just let them know, like, maybe we'll just like do one at the end rather than repeating the same thing 10 times, if that could work out. So maybe we could have, maybe what I'll do is I'll reply to him and say, hey, if you wouldn't mind letting him know, like,
this, why don't you
And
give
this-
them the time,
yeah.
and then that's,
and then he
Because
wanted
that's
to also
reasonable.
know about them attending a trustee meeting.
I think that's great.
I think it's awesome. Fantastic.
No, I would suggest that we have a conversation with him and tell him that he can attend the trustees meeting, and we can do like we did last year, which I thought was really good.
Yeah.
So he can also watch it on.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I will tell you that having a student come, they will pay attention.
You don't think they'll pay attention to the video?
Would you, if you were a kid?
I understand. I always had a problem with video lectures.
Is that green, that green?
No,
I
that's
didn't think so.
old, but that was before we began.
Does somebody have the envelope for this?
Huh?
An envelope?
Not for me.
I don't think so. Why do you
Hey,
still
motion.
have this?
No, I have a late item.
I mean,
No, you're right.
This came for the Lil Oxygen Company. Apparently, we rent the oxygen tanks for 5 years for $258, or you can pay $12 a month for $660.
Okay, let's do the former. So moved.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair, discussion. Ms. Hall?
Rail,
Yes.
Floyd,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. Move to adjourn.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Please call roll.
Rails,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Okay, who's gonna call, LaFlame?
Who?
The teacher?
Oh, I thought are you in communication with the teacher?
Touchscreen does not work.
Still.
Do you like this electric board here better than the